Going to go ahead and bring the meeting to order. Committee members, thank you for coming back. we appreciate it after yesterday's meeting. Staff, thank you for coming back also. And conferees, we're looking forward to hearing from you today. So we've got a busy day today, and we're going to limit testimony to 5 minutes and questions. That way we've got a huge list of folks, but we're going to limit testimony to 5 minutes apiece. And then it may take longer depending on the committee's questions of you at that point in time. So with that, we'll get the meeting started. So the first person I have is Pat Leon. Welcome to committee.
Good morning, Chairman Carpenter and committee members. First off, thank you to the legislature for the passage and veto override of HB 2240, bringing much needed oversight to KDADs. Without your action, the entire IDD system in the state of Kansas would be in a state of chaos right now. My 34-year-old son, Chris, has Down syndrome and is academically a first grader. He had an amazing school career, but everything fell off the rails when he turned 21. Like many, his structured, busy days instantly disappeared when he aged out of the education system and spent 6 years on the waiting list to get funding for adult services. Chris developed mental health and behavior issues and had to start taking meds for the first time in his life. When he finally got funding, traditional day service programs didn't work. What did work? Getting a job. Chris's Goodwill Skill Development Adult Day program has been life-changing, providing the structure he flourished in during his school years. He received the 2022 Achiever of the Year Award, regained independence, and even moved into a group home, which he proudly calls his apartment. Chris loves his job and is proud of his paycheck. His favorite task is to package fiber. He's paid $7.50 an hour, which is above minimum wage. It's something you or I would not want to do, but it's what he chooses to do, and it's in a supportive environment where he's comfortable doing it. In fact, on Labor Day, Chris literally FaceTimed me 24 times because he missed getting to go to work. The overreaching KDAD's unbundling proposal could basically fire Chris from his job because he can't meet KDAD's requirements. Even though he's paid above minimum wage, his job is not, quote, integrated out in the community. I argue Chris leaving his apartment is going out into the community and that Goodwill is a valuable part of the community. KDAD's integrated requirement insinuates Chris's coworkers don't count as a real group of people because too many of them are disabled. That is blatant discrimination. The Department of Labor allows 14C certificates for nonprofit center-based work programs to even pay less than minimum wage in relation to a worker's skills. However, 16 states have discontinued these programs but do not have good outcomes. Only 11 of the states tracked the outcome, and just 2 of them shared their findings with the GAO. In Colorado, roughly 50% of individuals with IDD were not able to secure integrated employment. In Oregon, roughly 60% were not able to be employed. These individuals more than likely ended up doing crafts and activities in a day program, being paid nothing, or they're just sitting at home. Every individual in Kansas with IDD already has the right to choose their services and make changes at any time and can try to work anywhere they want. Nothing is stopping them. But there are individuals like my son who realistically, short of a magic wand or a miracle, don't do well working outside of a supportive environment. Please don't limit choices and destroy dreams by allowing unbundling definitions to take away this very valuable work option for many. Who is KDADS to judge what kind of work is best? KDADS points to CMS as demanding these changes. There has to be some common sense prevail here and not destroy the very lives both agencies claim to be helping, especially in regards to the final rule, giving every individual even more personalized individual choices. In closing, as a parent, this Dwight D. Eisenhower quote sums up exactly how I feel. Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from the cornfield. Parents are the boots on the ground, in the trenches daily, know our children and their needs, and need to have our voices heard for them. Thank you for the support you have shown last session and yesterday, because I was watching, and I look forward to your continued support going forward. Thank you.
Very good, Pat. Committee questions? Representative Ruiz.
Sorry, Pat, I'm very short, so I can't see anyone over there. Thank you for your testimony, Pat. And looking at your testimony, you state that there are 16 states that have discontinued the 14C programs. Do you know what states those are?
In my testimony, I've added the link to that so you can find out all those statistics.
Okay. Is the data in there about the outcomes?
Whatever data that they've collected is in that report, and I will say that it was hard to even find out any information like this. There's some states that apparently just chose to go the route and get rid of the programs and didn't even bother tracking what happened to the individuals. So the best information and most current information that I could find in researching was in this GAO report that I attached the link to.
Okay. And I'm happy you were listening in on yesterday's testimony. Did you hear about the pilot program that was being done in the Salina area and well, it's not just in Salina, it's around the state. And it was overwhelming, the amount of jobs people were able to get with the supported employment assistance.
Right, and what we're talking about here is everybody is individual. And for example, even my son had tried to go out and do something with a job coach in a job like in the community, and it just doesn't go well. They may not be comfortable doing it. It doesn't matter who's with them. There may be behaviors. There just are a whole list of problems where they just don't do well out there. And again, if you're getting funding to go to a program, whether it's going to be in a center-based work or in a day program, why not let them choose what they want to do?
Thank you.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Pat, for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about how long it took your son to find a job, any services that helped you find it, how long he's been doing that job? As we talk about unbundling, I don't imagine it was necessarily easy to find the job, so could you give us the background on what it took to get that for him?
The job at Goodwill?
Yes.
Okay, the job at Goodwill, it's actually like a day service program, but it's at a center where it's work-based. So anybody who gets funding can choose from day one to go to a service like that.
So when was that, and how long has he been doing it? Was that 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
He's been there for 4.5 years.
Okay, so okay, that's what I was getting at, is he's been doing this job for 4.5
Yes.
years. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, welcome to committee.
Thank you.
My question is, you said in your testimony that he could lose his job. And so could you explain how that would be? Is there some new regulation that could be coming up that he could lose his job? I'm just trying to understand why he hasn't already, if it's currently regulation.
Right. What we have been told coming down is that CMS will not be funding a situation in like a work-based program like that. And there's other states that have found ways around that or solutions around that. The reason that I say that is last November is when I heard anything about this, and literally was told that the first date was starting January 1st, and then it got pushed back to March 1st, and then pushed back into the summer. And literally, the first thing that came out from KDADS was an individual like Chris, any of them in these work-based programs would literally have 6 more months. And at the end of 6 months, if they weren't able to go get a job in the real world, they were done. And that is simply terrifying. And to me, that sends the message that they're trying to shut down these programs.
So what you're requesting is that we find a workaround from a CMS directive like other states have done?
Correct.
Thank you.
And like I said in the beginning, it just came out that this was the plan, and KDEDS was going to do that. And had y'all not stepped in last session, Chris wouldn't be working right now, because that would have gone into effect, and all these work-based programs would be shut down.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. Are you done with me? Please.
Just maybe. Hang on, committee, further question? Okay, and yes, we are done with you, Pat. Thank you very much. So I think, I would imagine that KDADS is listening in on this. So this afternoon, we will have some time and discussion to kind of explain what Pat's issue is and how the department is dealing with that. So at some point in time, could the KDADS folks, I'm sure they're on, but could we verify that they're listening to this so that they'll be able to answer that question when we get to that part? So, and I want to also add that Senator Owens is on WebEx. So if, just so that he's not tuned out, flying around in his plane somewhere, he's actually working. So anyway, welcome, Senator Owens. Next, we have Courtney Carpenter. No stranger to this issue. Thank you very much for being here, Courtney.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Courtney Carpenter, as Chairman said. I'm a single parent of my 21-year-old son, Devin. Devin was diagnosed with mosaic trisomy 22. I'm so sorry. And is 100% deafblind. He requires one-to-one care every moment that he is awake. He just aged out of the school system and now attends a day program that he absolutely loves. But under the IDD waiver, Kansas only pays for 25 hours per week, as you saw last week, or yesterday. Not including the travel time, 25 hours simply doesn't work for families like me. When Devin was in school, there were a lot of supports before and after school programs that filled the gap. But once he turned 21, those supports vanished. And I feel like the system believes that at 21, they just are cured.
Courtney?
Sorry.
Just take a deep breath.
I know.
Okay.
I don't usually get emotional.
There's no reason to fear this committee whatsoever. We all are just like you. So just take a deep breath and.
Sorry. Okay. Our children are somehow cured at 21. My son will never see, he will never hear, he'll never talk on his own, and he will never live in a society that they consider normal. Yet the supports that are carried us this far have diminished. I'm not ready to place my son in a group home, and families should not be forced into that decision before they are ready. But I also cannot find respite workers to fill the gaps when the day program isn't open. At the current rates that they are paid, no one will accept this job. They can go to Target and work for $19 an hour and not have to change an adult diaper. I am missing work, or at least me scrambling, trying to find somebody who understands my kiddo. I can't keep doing this, and I need your help. Devin depends on consistency. So I imagine all of you, if you'll just close your eyes, put noise-canceling headphones on, and let some stranger lead you around and guide you to wherever you want them to go. That is how it feels with him without a consistent caregiver. He needs a safe and stable environment. I never imagined when I was pregnant with Devin that I would be navigating this alone. fighting every day just to make sure he is safe, cared for, and has a meaningful life. More days than not, I feel like I'm drowning, just barely keeping my head above water. The IDD waiver was created in 1991 to help families keep their loved ones out of the institutions. But with only 24 hours a week, parents are left with no choice but to consider group homes before they are ready, and just another form of institutionalization. I'm begging you, please increase the day program hours for our children. I'm not ready to put my baby in a group home. Families like mine cannot wait any longer. Thank you again, and I apologize for getting so emotional.
You're fine. Hang on, we're going to grill you a little bit
Okay,
more.
I can do that part.
Committee questions? Okay.
Yay.
Very good.
Thank
Thank you. And that was one thing, and I guess I didn't realize this until yesterday, which is, so I would like KDADS to be able to answer why we have the 25 hours. I had always heard that it was a CMS requirement or an MCO requirement, and now I'm not sure that it's a requirement that we may personally, KDADS may put on. And so I would like some answers when KDADS comes before us about what the 25 hours is. I know a lot of providers still take care of the folks, you know, on every day, and even though they don't get paid for it, they bring them to their day services and stuff like that on their own dime because they only get reimbursed for 25 hours. So I'd like some answers on that when KDADS is up here. Okay, next we have Melanie. No stranger to this committee either. Melanie, welcome.
And probably another crier. I'll just warn you.
It's okay.
Chair Carpenter and members of the committee, my name is Melanie Jacobs, and I come before you once again as both a parent, guardian, and a lifelong advocate. Sandra entered our lives as a foster child just after her first birthday. At 5, we were honored to make her a permanent part of our lives through adoption. She was born with quadriplegic cerebral palsy and many other complex medical challenges. Most of her care has always been managed at Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City, a 3-hour drive from Wichita. Doctors once told us she would not survive into her teens. This year, she celebrated her 28th birthday. From the start, we promised to give Sandra a safe, loving home for however long that may be. That promise has not changed, but the ability to keep it has become more difficult. Right now, Medicaid, as you heard, only pays for 25 hours of day services per week. For families who are working, that number is simply not sustainable. Many are left with the heartbreaking choice of whether to place their loved ones in residential care, even when that every instinct and every ounce of love tells them they want to keep them home. Trying to access more personal care hours is an uphill battle. Families are constantly being asked to prove again and again the severity and extent of their child's needs, even when those needs are lifelong and well documented. The lack of hours, the staffing shortage, and the constant administrative hurdles are wearing us down. We all recognize that supporting individuals in their home is far more cost-effective than residential placement, yet the system as it stands makes it harder, not easier, for families to keep loved ones at home. Sandra has been with us for 27 years, and in that time, we have worked tirelessly to ensure her life is filled with dignity, safety, and comfort. But love alone isn't enough. We need a system that supports our commitment, not one that creates roadblocks at every turn. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, Melanie. Committee questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So the 25 hours is what is the rule now and continues to be proposed. How many hours is ideal?
For families that work, like Courtney, she's got an 8-to-5 job, and you put traveling time in that too. you're talking about a 9-hour day. You know, for a single parent, that makes it really tough to, you know, 25 hours isn't even part-time work.
I'm just trying to arrive at a number. What would be your guess?
9 hour, you know, 9 hours
9 hours a
feasibly
day,
for,
Monday
you
through
know,
Friday?
Monday through Friday.
All right, thank you.
Representative Orpezzo.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, she left.
Melanie, you're not off the hot seat yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, when you talk about you have to authorize or go through additional paperwork, how often is that? Is that yearly, every 6 months, 3 months?
We have, in fact, I had written it down. You heard KDAD yesterday talk about the new assessment, the ME That is on a yearly basis, and that only conducts eligibility to find out if we're eligible for the waiver. Every year, we have to determine eligibility for this, even a lifelong disability. We have to determine every year that they still have a disability. After that assessment, then it goes to the MCO for an inter-RIA, which is another hour-and-a-half assessment, and the questions are identically the same. So there's 3 hours, and then after that, we go to the targeted case manager who does the personal support plan. And then on top of that, every year, we have to renew our CanCare renewal, which puts us over the edge. Because now we've been told that if our renewal is not in on the day, there's no grace, on the day that it's due, it is going to count as a new application, which could mean loss of services. And I've also been told that this may happen twice a year now instead of once.
Okay, thank you. And I have one follow-up question. And as far as you know, there's no exception for genetic, congenital, everybody has to do the same thing regardless?
Everybody has to do it. I have asked every year at every meeting, with doctors, documentation. At some point, when do we say, this is lifelong, my child will never walk, talk, she will always be in a wheelchair. Every year I say, this is the year, maybe she'll get out of that wheelchair and walk. It's not going to happen. So at some point, when do we say, at 21 maybe, do we say, okay, this is a lifelong disability, how come we have to prove eligibility every single year?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bryce.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Melanie. If I could ask you, I'll ask a little more personal question, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but
I'm an open book.
your story struck me. I'm fascinated by your story because Sandra is not your daughter. You adopted her knowing that you were going to go through this situation. And what struck me was, and I'll ask you, you don't have to answer, but what drives you for this? I'm just wondering what keeps you going and drives you.
Sandra keeps me going, and I'll put it as when we started the foster care process, Sandra was our very first foster child that came into our home. The only thing I knew of Sandra was failure to thrive. As a first-time foster parent, I'll give her some love, she'll be fine. And then the medical started. We found out she had quadriplegic CP. She has a bleeding disorder. We've been life watched to Children's Mercy 3 times from Kansas City. She's had more surgeries than any of us have had in a lifetime. I can't even count the number of surgeries that we've had, blood transfusions, platelets, you name it, this child has been through it. We've had 6-week stays at Children's Mercy where we didn't know if she'd live or die. And here she is 28 years later and doing well. But we didn't know all the circumstances when we adopted Sandra. Would I change a thing? No, I would not change a thing. She came to us when she was a year old, and we adopted her when she was 5, and she's our life. And we've, but we're getting older. We were older when we adopted, and we're getting older now, and are going to need more services because it's getting harder and harder.
Thank you. I'll just say you've given me a little more hope in humanity, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Representative Rivas.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. So I was contacted by one of my constituents who has a sibling that they take care of, not the same situation, but the same process. Could you speak to the nature of some of the questions? They brought to me some of the paperwork they had to fill out and some of the interview questions that they have to answer every year. And I don't want to go into
I wish I
details.
would have brought the test with me. I've got it at home. Some of the questions are, can they speak? And if you say no, and then they'll put no, but it's like, who is asking the question? If she's speaking to us, yes, we can understand most of what she says. Can the normal person understand what she says? She has a communication device. She has an iPad. Can she walk? How many steps can she take? How can she feed herself? And if you say no, the next question is, can she use a spoon? Can she use a fork? Can she bring the utensil to her mouth? Can she, it ought to be a check in the box. No, let's move on.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be an hour and a half assessment every single year.
And some of the questions are quite intrusive, I believe.
They're
too.
very,
I
very
can-
intrusive.
I'm not even going to say what they
And
are here.
I'm going to say the basis that they moved away from was not a good assessment. We all have agreed that the basis was not a great assessment, but the MIFI assessment is, especially when you have to do the MIFI and then go right to the MCO and do the inter-array, and they're the exact same questions.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? And this would be for KDAD's, do we need to duplicate that? Since they are the same questions, I wonder what requirement is that the MCOs need the same questions answered that way. I know after 2 years ago, I know we had a lot of, folks had a lot of issues with basis. And so we have changed to MIFI, which is, if there's such a thing, a friendlier test.
If I can say one more thing, I just went through the inter-RIA like 2 weeks ago, and they did the inter-RIA before they did the MIFI, which in my mind, if we're doing eligibility, wouldn't you have found out if I was eligible first before you would have done the inter-RIA? And that's what they did. And I still have not done the MIFI, and it was due yesterday. So I guess they're not on time limits like we are.
And so when you say that happened, so who, did the MCOs ask for that?
MCO
Ask for
called
that before the MIFI?
before the MIFI because they've got a date that it has to be due by. So she says, I've got this date here. And I says, well, when's the MIFI due? And she said September the 24th, which was yesterday, and I have yet to hear anything about it. So, but I have heard from other people that have done the MIFI that they're calling a day or two in advance and telling them to get on for the MIFI. And we have lives. I mean, we can't just drop everything we have to get on a Zoom call for an hour and a half.
Well, it certainly seems like duplication to me, if it's the same question. So
Yes.
we'll check into that, and I would hope KDADS would have some answers for us on that. Representative Opeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to also ask KDADS to ensure that if something is like with the trisomy 22, like a genetic condition that's never going to get better, is this a federal requirement that we have to check this every year, or is there an exception that can be made? Like, why are we continuing to do these evaluations if this is just
We have
how the
been told
children
that
are?
it's coming from CMS. It's a federal thing because I've said every year, why am I sitting here telling you? And now their focus is on strength-based. Everything, they focus on strength-based. They say that this is more strength-based. And I'm telling you, I'm sitting in this meeting every year telling you what my child cannot do. And it gets upsetting.
Very good. Thank you for that. Committee, further questions? Well, hopefully we'll get some answers on where this comes from. It's a trust but verify issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Megan with Interhab. Megan, welcome to committee.
Thank you. And I don't know who makes the order, but that's impossible to follow. You know, parents are our absolute best advocates out there. And so we appreciate you continuing to join us for all of the hearings. But Chair Carpenter, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Shreve, and I'm the Executive Director of Interhab, representing community-based providers across Kansas. And we're incredibly thankful for your continued support and dedication to these very complicated issues. I also want to thank KDADS for their continued work and collaboration. In recent months, we've seen encouraging steps towards meaningful discussions that unite providers, families, and state leaders. Efforts like the Technical Writing Group and the very newly formed Policy Alignment Team show the importance of bringing stakeholders into the details of policy design. Just last week, Interhab members met to refine a more concrete plan for integrating KDAD's phase plan that you learned about yesterday with a roadmap of where Interhab members would like to be. Though the timing is tight ahead of the hearing today, we'll soon be ready to share that work with all of you, the state, and other stakeholders. These conversations underscored the same reality we see every day on the ground. We face a fundamental capacity challenge. Whether it's targeted case management, the community support waiver, or the waiting list, the foundation of every issue is whether we have the people, the resources, or the structure to support Kansans with IDD. Without capacity, every effort stalls. Providers are the only group who truly know how implementation works because they live it every day. They are the hands-on experts, and their experience must guide how we turn plans into practice on the ground. We absolutely agree that it's time to move the community support waiver forward and appreciate the steps that KDADS has outlined. But when we look at the full IDD comprehensive waiver, the solution can't be the flip of a switch. We know that thousands of Kansans will be affected by conflict-free case management, and other states have phased in similar changes over years, sometimes 5 or more, giving providers the time to build the capacity, protect the quality, and preserve choice for every individual. Kansas needs to take the same careful approach. That requires 3 things: collaboration, the continued ability to bring providers, families, state leaders, and other stakeholders to the table and set practical timelines and safeguards that protect our most vulnerable Kansans. Individual choice. Kansas must be able to keep meaningful relationships with their case managers and their providers, with exceptions for proximity and legacy relationships built in. Capacity building, rate enhancements, and sustainable reimbursement models must be tied directly to system capacity. Conflict-free case management under the comprehensive waiver must be phased in gradually. Interhab's data show that many individuals receiving TCM will need a gradual transition, supported by the development of local independent providers in large areas of the state. Other states have shown this works, using CMS-approved phased-in models that expand choice, build capacity, and provide a respectful multi-year transition while avoiding reliance on out-of-state for-profit entities. It is also essential that Kansas fully preserve the DDRA, the Developmental Disabilities Reform Act, in its entirety, honoring its guiding principles of local connection, contracting, and accountability, while resisting changes that would weaken its intent or diminish capacity, rates, or access. We remain committed to partnering with KDADS, and providers do bring the essential hands-on expertise that must remain central to these discussions so the implementation succeeds. Though collaboration, data-driven planning, and a commitment to honoring personal choice, we can build a stronger, more sustainable system that supports every Kansan with IDD. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Megan. Committee questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Megan. Can you say just a little bit more about the capacity issues?
Absolutely. When you look at the IDD workforce today, there's competition everywhere, and I think some of the parents touched on it. Working in this field isn't an easy job. It's a tough one, and it doesn't pay well. People can find a much easier job at a different organization or a different restaurant, that provides an easier solution for work. Part of our goals are to build out a DSP workforce that wants to work in this field, and that would start early. I fell into this field by luck, and I think many that don't have that personal relationship have that happen as well. But in addition to looking outside the field, we're competing for staff within state hospitals, within all of the other waivers within every service that's serving people right on the ground. And so there's that competition as well. And then when we look to the community support waiver, that workforce is the same population as the comprehensive waiver. So we're going to see additional challenges as we want to bring more people off the wait list and into services. So the capacity building relates back to funding, it relates back to workforce development, and it really is a big picture challenge. You're welcome.
But I would remiss to reward this legislature over the last 4 years have really stepped up and funded the ID and DD waiver. And that is all of you and all the legislators voted for that, and you are in much better shape. You have to agree.
Yes.
You are in much better shape than you were 4 years ago.
Absolutely. The work that you all have done in the past few years is essential, and all of our members, we remind them that every week.
Okay.
We're very thankful.
Well, thank you, legislators. Moving on. Jeff? Welcome to committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Carpenter and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. Primarily what I'm going to be speaking about is the targeted case management implementation of modernization in the IDD system in Kansas. As I indicated in my written testimony, and I've scaled back in the interest of time today, it's been kind of a winding process. But about 6 months ago, we really got down to sort of brass tacks with a work group and sub-work group. And I really do want to commend KDADS on their participation in that process. Deputy Secretary Brown and Commissioner Hayden in particular sat through some challenging meetings with us. It was a tough room. We're passionate individuals, as you can see from the folks who came before me. And so those were difficult conversations, and we did come to some degree of consensus, although the consensus that was reached was based on the options that were presented to us. So we came to the conclusion that the least damaging options were what were presented by Assistant Commissioner Kilber yesterday, in terms of kind of a twofold process of fully independent TCM agencies and TCM agencies that are affiliated with agency-based providers of HCBS services. Cottonwood Incorporated, whom I work for, I supervise our TCMs. We are a conflicted agency as a result of that. We provide HCBS and TCM services. We provide TCM services specifically to approximately 309 people as of the time of my written testimony. It's about 312, I believe, today. And this feeds directly into Representative Ruiz's question regarding capacity. Capacity, sustainability, and accountability, to me, are the three most important aspects in modernizing this critical component of the TCM system. In Cottonwood's CDDO area, which you'll hear more about from one of our CDDO representatives, there are 14 TCM providers, 4 of which are conflicted agencies. The remaining 10 are quote-unquote independent, and that sounds great on paper, since only 29% of the TCM providers in our area are conflicted. In reality, the 4 conflicted providers provide TCM services for approximately 66% of the individuals in our catchment area. Most providers, Cottonwood included, if the changes that were being suggested were to be implemented today, would likely divest themselves of TCM services, meaning that not just the people who are conflicted are out of TCM services. The individuals who we serve who are considered non-conflicted would also be out of those services at Cottonwood, meaning that there would be, from our organization alone, 309 individuals looking for that service. I did not get a chance to check this morning on who is accepting referrals in our area, but I can tell you from experience it is limited numbers of capacity, and absorbing that would be difficult for anyone. In terms of sustainability, in order to have a truly independent TCM system in this state, we need to make sure that budgets are predictable, consistent, and sufficient to pay high quality and qualified TCMs for the service. Chair Carpenter, you touched on a workforce crisis. It does extend to TCMs. This is a service that should be professionalized and should be paid as such in order to maximize positive outcomes for individuals served. It unfortunately is not. My starting wage for TCMs is $18.50 an hour. That is a professional job, 40 plus hours a week. I was on the phone with 2 of them last night at 10 p.m. dealing with a situation that occurred last night. $18.50 is the starting wage for that. Certainly there are people who've been there for much longer and make much higher wages than that, and we appreciate them. We need those folks in our service. It is often not a long-term job, but for those who choose to do it, it becomes a passion and a lifelong commitment. Finally, with accountability, in order to ensure that providers are providing service in the way that it should be done, we need to bolster the accountability for TCMs. The current training for TCMs is largely useless. It is an online certification process. It refers to and has links to a website for SRS. The fact that we can't even get updated language to include correct state organizations in that is abysmal. In my opinion. It does not provide any real meaningful information for new TCMs. The person who preceded me, in my position, when I became a TCM said, "Thank you for completing the certification. Please forget all of it because it's not applicable anymore." And that's not great. So we're teaching ourselves. KDADS needs to invest in better training so that there is ethics training, that there are ethical practices so that people understand why conflict of interest mitigation is important, and we do support it. We want this to be as non-conflicted as possible while mitigating as much risk to the individuals served. So summarizing this, I struggled a lot with writing both my written testimony and honestly coming up with my verbal testimony. I'm kind of winging it a little bit because I watched a lot of what was going on yesterday, and I've heard from the folks who came before me, and I don't have a ton of those stories, but I carry the weight of those kind of stories on my back as a supervisor in this industry. Again, 309 people who Cottonwood serves. I know all of those stories. They range from tragic to highly celebratory. And much of that is many of those positive outcomes are based on the fact that they had consistent and available targeted case management services to help them and their families navigate the complex systems that exist in Kansas. Megan always tells us we have to have an ask. And this was where I struggled the most. What do we ask for? This is not a throw money at a problem kind of situation. It's more of a throw people at the problem kind of situation. I applaud you for your support of HB 2240 last year. It was not ideal legislation. Representative Ruiz, you touched on that yesterday. I agree. But it was necessary legislation to ensure that we did not tear down a system that is critically necessary to support the individuals in Kansas who need the most support on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. Jeff, committee questions of Jeff. Well, thank you very much. So I will tell you that I can't remember our reimbursement. We raised it significantly last year. What is our reimbursement rate now? 40?
It is currently $75 an hour for
right.
TCM, and we greatly appreciate that. If I may elaborate a little bit, Chair Carpenter, the problem with that from a sustainability perspective is that it is still based on an outdated system of billing, which is based on a unit-based allocation with 15-minute increments in there. And that makes sense for a lot of jobs. It doesn't work so well for this when we have highly restricted categories of that. And we are working as a cross interhab and non-interhab members together are working to develop a system that is fairer and easier to implement for TCM providers so that when we have to implement independent case management systems that do not have some backstop funding from parent organizations, that we can have those predictable and consistent budgets so that we can hire appropriate staff. One of my colleagues in the field, Angie Reinking, is going to be presenting up here later. And I steal this from Angie every time because she said it last year, about a year ago when we were standing here. She can try to build capacity, but she doesn't know who or how many people are going to come through the door seeking that service. And so you can't really hire until you have a critical mass of people to do that. And that's really based on understanding what your budget is about. It's monetary outlay versus revenue generation. And we need to come up with a model that allows us to better balance that so that we can have a more consistent workforce in the system.
So just as a follow-up very quickly, and then I'll get to you guys. So how many folks does that one TCM take care of?
Currently at Cottonwood, I have made a determination to limit that to 35 individuals. The reason I do that is because of the complex nature of what they have to do. As you just heard, there's annual assessments that the TCM is involved with. We have to do the PCSP, the Person-Centered Service Plan, every year, you know, and their time-consuming matters. On top of that, of course, we're dealing with day-to-day, you know, crisis situations or just, you know, helping people find the services and the supports that they need and want throughout the community. Some of those are formal, most of them are informal. We point people in the right direction, and so there's a finite capacity for that from one person in terms of keeping track of all that information about the concerns and the considerations for any one particular individual that we are supporting at a given time. Some other providers have higher amounts than that. In states where we know that they have decentralized this or centralized it, I should say, and you know, like South Dakota that was mentioned yesterday. They have 2 statewide agencies and 2 regional centers. My understanding from some colleagues in South Dakota is that that has gone pretty poorly because they have large caseloads, 75, 80, 90, you know, people, and the capacity for the support that the TCM provides to the individual as well as to the support staff around that individual is highly limited as a result of that. So we choose to have a smaller amount, and in the sustainability program that we intend to present hopefully early next year, that is a core component of that, so that it is not just an opportunity to bill excessively for a large number of people. It is to preserve the core function of TCM, which is to address the individual needs and wants.
Thank you. So just to follow up, so you have 10 staff members?
Correct.
That serve the 300 and?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Just Chris. Senator Hosher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding something. I'm curious about that 15-minute increment billing system. And I've always kind of struggled with that myself. So I was just curious, so is any part of that a requirement that it has to be done that way? It sounds like you're looking at other options. So I was curious also if there's a better model out there that's being utilized.
And that's specifically what we're looking at, is the applicability of various models. Most notably, what would be called an encounter-based model, where there is kind of a flat per person per month almost reimbursement, provided that you're doing a reasonable amount of work. And that's really where a lot of our effort is going right now, is defining what does that look like, how do we present that in a fair and equitable way for everybody involved. The key component of that, and I'm sorry for previewing my testimony when I see you guys next year, but it is that it's not just the fact that it is in a unit-based allocation, but that it is in a highly restrictive unit-based allocation. We have only 4 categories that we are allowed to bill for: assessment, support development, monitoring and support, and referral-based resources. And even within that, it's largely dependent on language. It's how we write something. It's not what we're doing. It's how we express it on a piece of paper about whether or not it is considered applicable for billing or not. And that's just an ineffective system. It just creates more work for everybody involved. Literally in a crisis situation that I mentioned last night where I was on the phone with somebody, my TCM who I was talking to said, "Oh gosh, was part of this billable or not?" And I said, "I don't care. You know, that doesn't matter to me. It's what the work is, and I want to get back to a system where we can focus more on that work and have a positive support for everybody involved."
Representative Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. The lack of training is really concerning, where they have to teach themselves. Is there a training model out there that could be used?
That's a great question. I don't have any in mind in particular. I mean, I think a lot of this is homegrown to an extent, right? Much like the IDD system in general. These things were stood up over years and kind of defined by ourselves, and then we, I think, got into the, figuring out how that works with federal and state regulations and got all those things set up. But in terms of, how do we train the requirements of this, I'm certain that there are, nationally recognized training programs that can be used like that, for that. Charting the Life course in particular, which KDADS has made an effort to integrate into the person-centered service plan process, does definitely touch on some of the aspects, especially of ethical referrals and things of that nature, which are much more relevant in our current scenario than what is in that certification.
Can I ask another question? So do all TCMs in Kansas use the same training that you guys have?
That certification process, yes. There is also an additional 18 hours of self-directed training for which there is little in the way of guidance of what that is to be. Most of that we actually, utilize our friends and colleagues like InterHab who provide very meaningful training opportunities about topics that we interface with it. Although those are more aimed typically at the types of services that may or may not be available for somebody, rather than ethical practices and things of that nature.
And does that come from KDADS?
No, not what some
I
of
mean-
it does.
I mean
Certainly
the-
some of it does, yes.
Yeah,
The
for the
18 hours, yes.
certification, yes,
Yes.
okay, okay. All right, well, thank you very much.
Yes.
Representative Bueller, and then Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Jeffrey. I'm going through your testimony, and as we started this yesterday, the chair reminded us is that we're going to solve conflict of interest. And then as that relates to targeted case management and not being able to you can't do both. So I'm looking at what, in your testimony, you talk about what Cotton would do.
Yes.
And you would choose most likely divestiture.
Correct.
If you can, and I don't want you to suppose for the rest of the industry, maybe in your CDDO area, if that happens, what does your business look like a year from now? Are you only providing support?
I don't.
Because this gets me going down that do loop of capacity, et cetera, and I'm trying to figure out what your choice would be, and if I can make some extrapolation to what the CDDO would look like.
Right. Yeah, I certainly have heard talk and we're all friends in the industry generally. We get together from time to time at conferences and things and we chat about that. And there certainly is, a fair number of folks that I've heard that have said that divestiture, if these changes were implemented today, would be their realistic only choice. And that's because TCM still tends to be a money-losing service, and that is part of why we wanted to address the sustainability. My department is in the red on a monthly basis, and so, if we're going to lose a service, we're going to certainly, decide to lose that rather than the HCBS service, which is a much larger provision of services relative to our TCM, maybe not much larger, but probably closer to 500 people that we provide services to in some capacity. And so it's a more damaging ask if we were to divest of that, right? What are other providers in the area going to do? I don't want to speak to theirs, but I can speak to the fact that there just is not capacity to absorb those large degrees of numbers. Our hope is that we don't have to do that. Our hope is that we can work with KDADS collaboratively and bring them to the table to develop some systems that are designed by Kansans for Kansans, as opposed to just going with the fastest and the easiest way. And again, I commend them for the efforts that have already undertaken in that process, and I look forward to continued opportunity to do that.
Senator Rose.
That was pretty much my question, Mr. Chair, so, yep.
Thank you. Representative Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy that y'all are looking at the billing practices, the encounter versus the 15-minute increment. And that you're also looking at the training for the targeted case managers. It's also my opinion that a targeted case manager is only as good as their supervisor sometimes. And if the supervisors are not receiving training and/or how to supervise, then that's lacking. And I know some agencies are not, I know they're not because I'm being told, and their case managers are telling me that they're not receiving adequate supervision. What is Cottonwood's policy regarding supervision?
Well, certainly I supervise all of our TCMs. I certainly hope I do a decent job of that. I'm still here after a few years, which I think, I think says something. But, the way I view it, Representative Ruiz, really is more of that ability to train and to support those individuals in helping them deal with complex situations, because much of what we deal with are complex. As you heard from the parents before, there are no easy answers to that stuff, and we need to have individuals and collaborative effort in solving those and finding solutions for individuals who are dealing with real life on top of helping somebody in a 24/7 capacity, right? And so, I think I've taken it upon myself to reiterate a lot of what I consider to be best practices, ethical practices, reinforcing that, things like, hey, if you are seeing something that you don't think is right and it is at your own agency, you better be on the phone doing the same thing as you would with any other agency that you're working with. I hate to say I've had to file APS reports in the past, but I am proud to say that I have had no issue with doing that if it involved my own employer, and would not have any issue with doing that tomorrow if it involved my own employer. And I think that those are the things that are critically important for me as a supervisor to impart to people who are providing that service, so that they are doing it in a ethical and appropriate way, even within what is currently considered to be a non-compliant conflicted system.
Very good, thank you. So I just might want to, we don't really have a choice in this matter.
Correct.
And I'm hoping that you will collaborate and be part of the solution, and everybody in this audience needs to be part of this solution. The federal government has told us where we're going to go with this, and I hope everyone understands that. So I'm glad to hear collaboration, be part of the solution, all of you, because we have no choice. Yesterday, I mentioned that we were going to have to cough. If CMS punishes us, it's $350, $400 million to our ID&D program. So they've been pretty lenient so far, but they've made it clear that we need to get our act together. So I hope you understand that. We have, for targeted case management, in 2024, we spent $5.6 million, 2.3 all funds. In 2026, it's $9 million and $17 million all funds. So we are trying our best, quite frankly, raising it from 43 to 75 or whatever, to shore up the targeted case management situation. I know it came to me last year when some of the folks were closing down their, or 2 years ago when they were closing down their targeted case management as a standalone. So we're working on it, and we hope that you'll help us work on that too.
Happy to do so, and we appreciate the help. And again, I applaud you guys for the support of that increased rate. A couple of years ago, it was critically important to stabilizing the system at that time, because as you said, Chair Carpenter, there were providers that were on the verge of going out of business as a result of that. And so we really appreciate that, and we are committed to working in a collaborative way. I agree, we aren't attempting to forestall this beyond making sure that the outcomes are as minimally damaging to individuals receiving that service as possible.
Perfect. Thank you for being here. Committee, we are going to break. South Lawn, Gold Star family deal. We're going to break for 45 minutes. You're more than welcome to come out there and show your support for the Gold Star families. The celebration is on the South Lawn. So we're going to break for 45 minutes. We will be back at 11:15. It's pretty close to 11:45, so, or 10:45. So we'll let the folks that are still out at the service trickle in. Conferees, I appreciate your patience with this. It was a very powerful Gold Star Memorial service, and I appreciate your understanding that we needed to be there for that. And I hope some of you took advantage of coming out there and being a part of that too. It was very, very powerful. So with that, we'll go ahead and get the meeting started. I had just one quick question of Jeff. Jeff, are you still here? Just a very quick question. So do you punch a clock like the providers do for TCM?
We have an allocated unit allocation for TCM on an annual
15
basis.
minutes?
Yeah, so we have an allocation of 60-hour equivalents, which is 240 15-minute unit increments per person that
Right,
is served
okay.
in TCM.
But you don't punch a clock?
My staff, my TCMs are hourly employees. I am a salaried employee
No,
in
I
that
mean,
regard,
but the actual time
No.
clock? Okay.
No, I mean, we submit billing notes.
Okay.
That to, they submit electronically to the MCOs, and then we keep the written notes for backup if they request information on what was billed.
And I have forgotten, I knew the answer. I don't believe that it's required. The 15-minute deal is not a federal requirement. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember some states do hourly billing, and I remember when I went, I thought how inefficient that was, quite frankly, to be help. You've got 15 minutes with a client, and oh, I got to go punch the clock and go to somebody else for 15 minutes. I thought, how inefficient is that to? I'm sure they do it for a cost-saving measure or something like that, maybe, but it certainly seems like it's not very efficient. So
It's a lot of paperwork.
yeah,
I will say that.
And so that was on one of my lists to kind of address at one point in time, and it got buried in a big old pile of other stuff to look at. So anyway, we may look at that. Thank you very much for that. Okay, next, Paul. Paul, welcome to committee.
Thank you, committee. I appreciate your continued efforts for a system and all the efforts that you all do. And if I don't get as many questions as Jeff did, I'll be thoroughly disappointed. I wanted to talk to you today. I understand this committee is talking about the Kansas State waiting list, and I just wanted to address the effects that you all may not see occurring behind the scenes. And there's nothing like an individual receiving a wait list offer letter and saying, "Hooray, I got services," only to be in the same place that they were before, waiting. What the unintended effect of receiving a waitlist offer is that they go on to what's called, we refer to as a invisible waiting list. This term describes the process between when someone is offered funding and when they actually enter services. Should conflict of interest not be implemented correctly, what I'm afraid will happen, what I believe will happen is a waitlist will be created for case management services. 2 years ago, we had an agency in our county close its doors, and we absorbed the individuals that came onto our caseloads. Due to the volume of that, we were forced to put ourselves on a hold, just due to trying to catch up and the number on our caseload. A year ago, the same thing happened, and the same result happened. Temporarily, we went on a hold, and it was occurring at the same time as the agency was closing its doors for case management services. it was also waitlist offers were being offered as well. So you could imagine the volume of people that were trying to come in. I can't imagine what would happen if the 5 agencies that are in our area conflicted. What would happen if all of a sudden they had to shut their doors? Between the department that I supervise, they share a total of over 150 years of experience, not to mention the trust and the relationships that are built with the families of the individuals that they serve, such as navigating the can-care eligibility redetermination period, and also for the waitlist offer process, guiding them through the waitlist offer process. That knowledge is invaluable. I encourage you to continue to explore common sense approaches, like utilizing our current options counseling, or what now is referred to as free choice provider counseling, which guarantees the individual is given an informed choice of the providers that are in their area and what services that they can provide for them. I would also encourage to institute a process that maintains those relationships, and then disallowing those entering services to not have that option to choose a conflicted provider. I understand the proposed changes are in response to requirements from the federal government, and Kansas needs to make sure it has sufficiently addressed those concerns. I ask for the continued advocacy to protect the aspects of our system that will suffer if organizations that provide support services can no longer provide targeted case management. Our history is one of strong collaboration between CDDOs, community service providers, and our state partners. We want that to be the case as we identify and implement a viable path forward for targeted case management. I would ask that everyone involved remain open to persevering what has been positive and successful for our TCM program, instead of assuming that massive system disruption is unavoidable. Thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good, Paul. Thank you. Representative Bueller, I forgot to ask him, would you stand for some questions?
Sure.
Okay. Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. So when I was reading your testimony, or the pre-read prior to the break, I did actually stop at the part where you had written, they will go on to an invisible waiting list. So, and I don't know if this is just information for KDADs or others, but that kind of perked my ears up a little bit. If a consequence of resolving conflict of interest, which the chair has stated we're going to do, or an unintended consequence is to create another waiting list, visible or invisible. To me, that's that whack-a-mole game that comes along with trying to solve this problem. So I don't know if you have any, or if I missed them, any suggestions to prevent that from happening, or maybe it's just a blanket ask or statement to KDADs. Let's be cognizant of that, because the last thing we want to do, I think, when we're trying to solve this problem is create yet another waiting list that we have zero visibility of. I thank you for bringing that up. I didn't, you're not smart enough to figure that out, but thank you for pointing that out. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Paul, for being here. Next, we have Jim, who is no stranger to this committee or my office.
How would I not?
And I
know
don't
that
mean
you were
that
gonna
as
say
an insult.
So, I'm going to send somebody else sometime or something. Chairman Carpenter, that's the name I got, right? And the special committee. Thank you for the opportunity to once again provide testimony regarding the waiver and particularly the conflict of interest. And I'm going to stop myself here. Last week, sometimes something happens and you think, this was meant to happen. I was at a picnic for a large provider. It was a happy time. Families were there. People served, people supported were there. And it suddenly occurred to me, there's some other people here. Why? It's our case managers. They came to the picnic. These are case managers who are at the provider. That's not in their job description. That's not something they're expected to do. They came because they wanted to mingle with the families, be there with the people that they are case managers for in that social setting. On top of it, one of the individuals supported physically challenged, had some braces, been a pretty good-sized guy. The direct service person was trying to get him helped into a van and was struggling. The case manager stepped over. This is somebody I know, this is somebody he understands in a depth to be able to relate to him, and helped get him in the van. So my point is, despite what seems to be hanging over our heads, case managers based on the provider, there's some advantages to those. People have talked about, well, they love their current case manager. I've had 3 case managers, and there are some significant advantages to having that as a choice, as an option. So, as I said, I'm speaking now from my personal experience. I love data, and I love the whack-a-mole, because my feeling is that I don't know where it came from, but I have a feeling that this molehill of a potential, and there's always the term potential and may be a conflict of interest. I have this feeling that the molehill's been turned into a mountain. So we're going to be whacking moles. We're whacking a mole from a mountain we've created here. But I'm aware of the concern. It is a legitimate concern. I get it. But I think there are many advantages for those who want to have the choice of having their case manager embedded, as I think of it, in the provider. And I'm hoping that the door is at least a tiny bit open for some continued discussion and dialogue. In my case, as I said in my written testimony, my son came out of state hospital. Had he not had a case manager located at the provider where he went, some of the difficulties and crises he's faced, I don't know how they would have come out. But having a case manager who knew him thoroughly, who was part of creating his person-centered plan available, frequently the case manager got a call. Hey, we need help over here. He could go, he could intervene. In this case, it was a he at the time. He could intervene, he could provide support to the direct service person in the crisis, and could also, the issue of training has come up. I'm really going off script, but that's where a lot of the training gets done, is in day-to-day incidents, and having the case manager there working with his staff means there's training for the staff, so the case manager. The other advantage is, as a team, my case manager is always part of a support team that is there, and there is training. I was hearing, there were so many things that were said that I kept thinking, well, could I please stand up and comment here now on this? But the training that I see case managers happening when they're with the provider is peer training. They share stories, they share examples, they share each other's cases. And so they get to know the whole community, and that's a significant part too. So I'm just simply speaking in favor of, let's take our time, as everybody's suggesting, and how we go about this divestiture or whatever it'll end up being to satisfy CMS. Let's take our time, let's do it thoroughly. I think a question was asked yesterday about, suppose you were told you have to get this done in 3 months because you get it done. And I watched the sweat drip off of poor Seth's forehead as he contemplated that. And I thought the answer would have probably be, you're going to have to say yes, but what would we have if we rushed? What will we have if we rush? And I think we would have a chaos and a mess. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's now going into this process. And I urge us to continue. I don't think we're under a 3-month or a 9-month or a 1-year deadline. I think we need to have a clear plan. I think we need to have the clear steps need to be worked out, but we need to take the time to do them properly. And I'll stop there. Did I have a summary statement? I don't think so. But
did you get everything said, Jim?
No, but so I'm hoping for questions.
Well, you've got a little more time.
Well, I'm glad to give the time back.
All
I'm
right.
also glad to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate where your heart's at on this, and I know you're just concerned about the issue.
I spend a lot of time volunteering with our population. We have a wide range of needs, and we need to be able to take care of them all. I'm most concerned about those with the greatest of needs who are in providers, who need a lot of support, and I don't want to see that support pulled out from under them.
Very good. And I don't think anybody on this committee wants to see that happen either.
I don't think so either.
Okay, very good. Committee, no questions of Jim? Yeah, hang on.
Go ahead. I expect a question from Representative Reese.
Representative Reese.
I don't have a question for you this time, Jim. I just want to thank you for your tireless advocacy for not just your child, your son, but for everyone receiving services and for the workers. And I know that the workers don't hear it enough, but you're very supportive and you're a great advocate for them. You can catch me anytime you want to in the hall or in my office, and you know I'm always open.
You're still remembering the first ambush, aren't you?
I do. It was good. We sat in a bench. It was great.
Yes.
But I just want to thank you for that.
And I want to thank all of you. You put time, you listen. You do have cushion chairs as opposed to the ones we have, but other than that, coming into this, I've gotten to know the legislators and the legislative process, and I think Kansas is a great place to live, and we have great representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have one more question.
Oh, no.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being here. Some of us will be in the White House visiting with some of the executive committee there, including CMS, and that will be in October. So I'm wanting to share some of the information. I've been pulling some of that out, even stepped out to make a phone call about this, we know that CMS says it needs to be this way. But maybe we could show them that in some states, particularly in rural areas, where folks, if they didn't go to what would appear to be a conflict of interest, go to somebody right next door, or right across the street, or sometimes even in the same building, otherwise they'd have to travel 100 miles to try to be able to get the services that they need. I think this needs to be heard. And I think that we're going to do what we can to advocate for you so that, we realize we have our departments that are trying to do this, but if we as legislators can advocate for that as well. So I just want to say thank you for this testimony. We will share that.
Do you have a large dog? Do you have a carrier crate that I could climb into and come along? So, yes, I appreciate that, and I see you as, I don't like, and Chairman Carpenter, you've used the term, I very much resent somebody 2,000 miles away using a big stick over a state that I think knows how to take care of itself pretty darn well. So thank you for doing that. And can we have a hearing and get a report back?
Well, probably not. I don't imagine any of that will be recorded, but I do want you to know that testimonies like this gives us opportunity to be able to share, and testimonies from the parents, testimonies from the TCMs and so forth, to let them know that, sometimes we need there to be exceptions to certain regulations, and this is the time to bring that up.
I just have countless stories from my experience with TCMs. I'll quickly, I saw a TCM with an individual very disabled, had to have surgery, and an anesthetized person and surgeon, they have an easy time. It's after that. That TCM totally reimbursed on 15-minute intervals or whatever, spent 24 hours a day sitting at the hospital with this person because she knew him so well from being in the provider and knowing the family. And the family lived in Garden City and brought their individual here to the eastern part of Kansas for a provider. And she stayed with him until he got until the IVs came out. He could leave the hospital, got him through rehab and and through the system. No, I don't think any other position that we offer would have done that. I think independent case managers are great. They do, many of them I know, they do a great job. But nobody except a case manager within the provider with that depth of relationship would have done what I saw it done.
Thank you for sharing that story.
And unreimbursed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Zoe.
Hello, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up, but I will give it my best shot. I'm Zoe Surprise Murphy. I'm the lead targeted case manager at Cottonwood. Thank you, Representative Carpenter, Chair Carpenter, and the rest of the committee for being here and working on this important issue. I know you guys all have a lot of passion for this, as do I. This is my second time testifying in front of a bunch of people wearing suits, and it's scary, but I'm going to do my best. I don't have anything super like speech prepared, but I wanted to kind of highlight a few things from my written testimony, which you should have. I do want to say in regards to Chair Carpenter's kind of point yesterday about having case managers that know the people really well, and to what Jim said today, there are 2 case managers at Cottonwood that have worked there for longer than I have been alive. They've worked there for over 30 years, and they, just their knowledge alone has really helped some of the newcomers in our field understand the things that have changed, how things have looked before, how we can move forward with this, and how to support people in our local community. I think that's one of the really big highlights that we have in our system right now. I don't want to sit here and say that we don't have to comply with CMS. I am completely in understanding with that, and I want us to be in compliance. I want to have a plan, but I do feel that we need to have a plan that has actionable steps, and we need a timeline for that so that we can accurately prepare for what we're going to have going forward. A lot of our folks rely on consistency a lot. They want to have the same people. I have a lady on my caseload who anytime I go on vacation, she asks me, are you quitting on me? Are you going to come back? I have a mother of a young man on my caseload who knows about some of this stuff, but they don't know the depth of it because it is so complex. And she says to me, I know that there's changes coming, but I know that you're going to be here to help me through it. And I hope that they don't see me freaking out behind my eyes because I don't know what it's going to look like, and I want to be part of the change so that we can make it a sustainable system. I want to be in compliance with CMS. We all want to make sure that this is a sustainable and helpful system for the people that need it the most. And we need those local experts. We need to have the people who've worked in the communities with these people who know the services, the resources, because that's what we're there for. Outside agencies, big corporate places, they just don't have the same level of connection that we do and understanding for our very specific communities. As we know, there's a bunch of rural places in Kansas who have to travel miles and miles and miles to find service providers. And then you have, big cities sprinkled within, and we have to make sure that we don't have a one-size-fits-all for each of those individuals because they are their own cases. I have 37 people on my caseload, and I could tell you each and every one of their stories, ages 7 to 81, and they all have different needs. They all receive different supports and services, and they all come to me when they need to find something out. They're like, case managers are the most direct contact for the other services and things that they might not know about. We are the ones connected to the community, and we need to be able to continue that in compliance with all of the regulations that we have. The other thing that I do want to point out is that after this, whenever we do become in compliance, there are going to be tasks that case managers are doing right now that we can't reimburse for or can't get reimbursed for. And I think that it's going to be really important that we have a plan for how we're going to make sure that those essential services are going to continue to be offered to people that need them. Can-Care renewals, getting people connected to food assistance, SNAP benefits, all of those things that people rely on, administrative tasks, making sure that providers, that we're connecting people to the right providers, and that there are openings and letting people know where to find those resources. I think that this is going to have to be something that we really take care to have a good plan for instead of scrapping it all at once. Again, we know that it is going to have to be disconnected, but and conflict-free, and I think we're all in agreement about that. I don't want anyone to feel as though there's any sort of conflict in the choices that they're making, but I want to make sure that people are still going to be able to have the choices that they want to make, and have a clear process for how that's going to look in the future. Not only is this decision going to impact all of the Kansans with disabilities that are currently on TCM services, but as Jim mentioned, it is going to affect all of the workforce as well. And we have these people who want to be in this role, and it's, as Jeff and others have said, it's not the most high-paying job in the world. It's not the easiest job in the world, but we already have folks that want to do it. So I think we should really lean into that and make sure we have a good plan for those guys going forward, so that they want to stay in this industry. And for people like me who want to do this long-term, I realize my career path is going to have to change because of this, and that's okay. But I want to make sure that we have some good, actionable, really well-thought-out plans to go forward with it. So that people like me can continue to help make those changes in the future. I really appreciate all the work that everybody on this committee has done already with this. And I just want to say that there are people like me who want to keep doing this and hope to do it for a long time. So I want to be involved in the process, and I've worked with the KDAD's work groups. I've done all of those things that are not reimbursable, and because I have a larger agency like Cottonwood behind me, I can do those things, and I can be here today and get these awesome opportunities to speak on behalf of my colleagues as well as the people in Kansas that we serve. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Very good. Thank you. For your second time, you're like a pro.
Oh, absolutely. I know that's what all of you were thinking. God,
Once you
she's
got
so good.
going, it was like, wow, wish I could do that. Committee questions. Senator Gossage.
Is it Zoe or Zoe?
Zoe.
Okay. One of the things that you have highlighted in your testimony was my concern lies in the process or lack thereof by which this compliance effort has been communicated and implemented. So what you're saying is that is your greatest concern, the unknown.
Absolutely.
Is that what I'm hearing you say?
100%. When people ask me, I don't know what to tell them.
And has this been communicated? Do you feel like you're getting good communication from KDADs? Do your colleagues feel that, or maybe KDADs could answer that for us this afternoon?
I really do want to commend KDAD's efforts again, because they have stated that they want to have more stakeholder engagement, and I really appreciate that. They have allowed people to, serve on the committees and the subcommittees. And I really do. They are engaging with people, but it just seems like I left all of those things with more questions than I had answers. And I know that they have a lot of pressures coming from from providers, from families, from CMS, from you all, and I completely I don't envy them, but I do also want to see more action after we have all of these, listening sessions, town halls, work groups, sub-work groups. I just feel like I want to have more that I can take away from those to tell other people about. And thus far, it just seems like I left a little bit more confused than I started out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Zoe.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lynette. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chair Carpenter and members of the committee, this is also my first time giving testimony, so thank you for the opportunity to provide that today. My name is Lynette Goldeisen, and I am the Eligibility and Referral Manager at the Cottonwood CDDO in Lawrence. We serve Douglas and Jefferson counties, and we're the single point of entry for application, eligibility determination, so we do the MFEI, the MFEI, Medicaid Functional Eligibility Assessment, formerly the BASIS assessment. And we make referrals for people to obtain services through the IDD waiver. I'm also a resident of Jefferson County, and prior to working in the CDDO was a case manager for over 10 years, so I'm very familiar. And I did listen yesterday, so I've made a few modifications to the testimony that I am giving today. I was a participant both in 2023 and this year in the modernization work groups that occurred, and working with statewide providers and advocates. In August, KDADs introduced their plan, and that has not been widely shared. It's only been shared with the work group members, what you saw yesterday that Seth presented. The first phase is the conflict of interest that we've been talking about today. And there are widespread concerns among providers that there's no timeline, and that was addressed yesterday. In our CDDO catchment area, we anticipate that at least 240 people, which is 32% of individuals on the waiver in Douglas and Jefferson County, will be impacted by this conflict of interest and will have to either choose a new case management provider or a new day or residential supports provider to come into compliance. This level of disruption, aside from the implications for choice, which other people have already talked about, could potentially be catastrophic if there's not a careful plan in place. And I know that statistics from other CDDO areas might vary, but we don't have that data, and that's concerning. This illustrates that the change needs to be implemented strategically and in a phased approach to avoid disruption of the whole system for potentially thousands of people. Another aspect of the current lack of a detailed plan is that some providers have recently shared in meetings with CDOs. We meet bi-weekly with each other. We also have monthly meetings with KDADs to talk about things like the community support waiver. that some of these agencies might shutter the TCM arm of their agency because of this proposed plan. Waiting lists occur in some CDDO areas for case management already, which is concerning. Many case management agencies are closed for referrals, so they might have a long list of choices, but they can't choose them because they're at capacity, because of the rates of reimbursement for TCM. It's hard to find people, it's hard to train people. That's already been addressed. We've at CDDOs have to ask sometimes for TCM providers to open to referrals. And Jeff mentioned some of these statistics earlier, but currently in our CDDO area, we have 14 case management providers, 4 are attached, and 10 are independent. And initially this looks promising, but it's important to note that the HCBS attached, the home and community-based services attached providers have the largest numbers, and some independent case management agencies are affiliated for 1 person. Currently, HCBS TCMs provide services to 68% of the people in our area, and independent TCMs have 32%. Some people choose not to access case management while they're on the waiting list. We currently only have 4 case management agencies open for new referrals in our area. That has been 0 at some points in the last few years because of COVID and capacity issues. There are currently no affiliated providers for HCBS or TCM in Jefferson County. So the only willing and qualified provider exemption being considered by KDADS would certainly be beneficial for rural areas. Jefferson County is not small, but it's not as large as some other Kansas counties. We absolutely support all the work towards decreasing and ultimately eradicating the waiting list. It really is heartbreaking for me when I do a MIFI assessment or a basis assessment, tell someone, yes, you're eligible. Now you have to wait for 8 years. It used to be 10 years, and I've seen people cry. I've seen people walk out angrily. You know, I've heard some people say, I heard that from someone else, we're prepared for that. And that's really, it's discouraging for people. It's nice to tell them they can immediately have case management because that's a Medicaid entitlement. But if there are waiting lists for case management, that potentially could go away too. I applaud KDADS and the legislature's efforts working to shorten the waitlist times and create another option in the form of the CSW. And we really do value that collaboration with KDADS. We work closely with several KDADS staff on a regular basis. Talking about the CSW, but it's important to be mindful of capacity in this area too, because KDADS is working in partnership with us. We have learned recently that they plan to sunset the autism waiver, and their expectation is that CDDOs take on the administration of that as well as the community support waiver. With these added tasks, there have not been accompanying increases of CDDO admin funds, which has been something that we've talked about recently with KDADS. It's not been adjusted for inflation to meet the rising demand for those CDDO functions, which were established in the DDRA. And I just wanted to address, this is the part that I've modified, some questions that were brought up yesterday when Assistant Commissioner Kilber was speaking. KDADS does maintain the waiting list, and they're required to provide that to us on a semi-annual basis. We send out annual options counseling to anybody that's on the waiting list. In our area, that has a letter attached to it with the date of their waiting list offer, or the date that they went onto the waiting list, but it doesn't give them any sort of time frame because we don't know that information. It also has the contact information for someone at our CDDO for them to reach out to if they have questions. It has a list of all of the available services in our area. KDADS does let CDDOs know in advance the names of the individuals that are offered waiting list funding so they can reach out and have that person's TCM, or if they don't have a TCM, we reach out to confirm their mailing address. Then KDADS notifies that individual by mail, and they have 15 days to respond to that. If they don't respond within 15 days, then KDADS notifies the relevant CDDO, and we have 20 additional days to reach out to that person to confirm that they received the letter. If they didn't, KDADS sends us a copy, and then we can help facilitate the answer. But we share concerns that were shared yesterday about the short length of time that people have to make that massive decision. And if after that time there's still no response, policy states the person is removed from the waiting list and the next person on the waiting list is offered funding. There is an appeal process, but we agree this time frame is far too short. I think it's feasible for the state to create a waiting list database from the information they currently have in KMIS available to them, similar to something like a My Chart where people could log in and see this is your waiting list date, this is the CDDO that you're connected to, this is the person you should call if you have questions, or here's your case manager's information if they don't already have that. This could also potentially be a more technologically advanced way of notification and waiting list funding offers if it were created to be updatable. I respectfully ask that more data be collected prior to the implementation of a phased plan and that it be widely shared with all providers, waiver participants, and advocates, and that KDADs continue to collaborate with us in the CDOs, providers, people served in their support teams to make sure that we don't do any harm to people. Interhab's working on a roadmap plan to do just that, working to avoid disruption of the system. I understand that there's a push for the CSW and we understand the conflict, but I implore you, and this is what I said in the first work group in 2023, we don't want to blow the whole thing up so that people don't have the services that they need. They're on the waiting list for a reason. So I appreciate all of your efforts. I appreciate that you're here. You obviously care about this issue. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Committee questions? Well, Representative Reeves.
Thank you so much for your presentation. When you talked about the wait list database, and I like that concept of like a My Chart kind of thing. Do you envision that they could also work in like when a slot is opened up and a family is offered that slot, and and I'm glad that you said that 15 days is not long enough, because I don't think it is either, because our mail system is horrible for one. But do you think that that could also be utilized in that database? That a letter goes out, but also telling people check my chart, because it might be in there too.
Theoretically, I think so. I mean, there has to be a way to modernize. Most people have email addresses that could be sent to. If it's information that KDADs and we keep in KMIS, people's contact information is listed there. I think if there were some sort of plan in place, that could potentially work.
Thank you.
Representative Rivas.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. One of your statistics in here was that 32% of your clients would have to make a change if the conflict rules go into place. So I guess my question is really for the rest of the conferees. It would be helpful to get, is that a percentage that's pretty common throughout, or a lot of head nodding? Okay. So I'd like to, it gives us a good index of, we're talking a third. Easily impacted.
Yeah,
right?
it's at least a third. We were talking earlier and someone said that it was up to 50% in some areas. I'm assuming that would be rural, where it's only one provider in a certain area.
That's
but
what it varies in urban versus rural areas.
Right. But I don't have the data, so I don't know.
As we go forward, if other conferees have any information, that'd be great. Thank you.
Many further questions? Representative Bueller.
And maybe just for clarification, in your last paragraph, you say, I respectfully ask that more statewide data be collected. So specifically, I mean, whether you supply it now or later, are there specific things that you want collected? And data is a broad term, but what specific pieces?
I think it's important to know from every CDDO area what that looks like, because it's going to look different in Johnson County or Sedgwick County as opposed to Butler County or
I'm just,
Jefferson
what's
County.
missing? I guess let me rephrase the question.
The percentage of people that are impacted.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
We have general thoughts, but we don't have the statewide data for that.
That's what I was going for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Many further questions? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So one thing I would ask you to do is come back up here for just a second. So I think I know, but tell us what the CDO is in charge of.
So the CDO stands for Community Developmental Disabilities Organization. And so what we do is the eligibility process for anybody who has applied for the waiver in our area. We gather information wherever that comes from, KU Med, Children's Mercy, Stormont Vale, for documentation of that person's diagnosis, and collect the data and see if that meets the state criteria for what constitutes an intellectual or developmental disability. So before the age of 18 for an intellectual disability, and before 22 for a developmental disability. And then we do the functional assessment, which used to be the BASIS, now the MIFI. And then we do those annually for people that are receiving services, and for someone who's on the waiting list, it's just initially, and then when they're offered funding, we do that assessment again to determine.
So we call you the gatekeepers. And
Yes.
basically that, and so not to be confused with CDOs, which are just the community development organizations providers, correct? We have CDOs.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that's one of our terms also. Okay, very good. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. My name is Julie Richardson DeMarco. I'm an advocate for a sibling who receives IDD services in Kansas. Thank you to the committee who's been so supportive of IDD in the state. I appreciate your time and attention.
Is your microphone on? Maybe there's a blue light lit up.
Yeah, it's lit up.
Okay.
I'll get
Could you
closer.
talk just a
Can you hear
little
me?
louder for us?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay.
So I'm an advocate for a sibling who receives IDD services in Kansas. I strongly believe in the existing service structure of targeted case management in Kansas, and I'm alarmed at the changes that are being proposed that would force the service providers to divest of the TCMs. I would like to share my experiences with you so you can see a real-life situation where TCMs within the service provider deliver vastly superior care. The proposed changes would reduce our choice of TCM and would severely weaken the TCM delivery of essential services, in my opinion. My brother Russell is 53 years old, and he's received residential and day services in Johnson County and at JCDS in Lake Mary for more than 30 years. His TCM is employed at Lake Mary. Russ has severe autism, and he's close to nonverbal. He cannot self-advocate, and he cannot explain frustrations. He likes routine, and he likes for people to treat him in certain ways. All of this takes years to understand. So 2 recent examples demonstrate the superiority of the TCM service that he gets today. The first is about continuity of care. 2 years ago, my brother and I suddenly had to take over, my other brother and I had to take over Russ's care from my aging parents. The transition of care from parent to sibling was stressful for everyone. His TCM provided that vital link of stability and knowledge of all facets of his life. She gathered the staff to meet with us and provided us with details of his care. Because she had been present in his daily life, she understands his quirks, his nonverbal tells, and his preferred standards of care. I couldn't have filled in those details. Because she's present in his daily life, she talks to the direct support staff when situations arrive, and she does it in real time. This knowledge does not come from reports gathered twice a year by a remote TCM. It comes from daily observation and frequent engagement. Russ trusts her, and so do I. My second example illustrates that embedded TCMs provide better care in a crisis for a severely disabled individual. So Russ sometimes expresses frustration by leaving home and going for a walk on his own. A staff has to follow. And these episodes currently have increased recently, and he's strayed in some dangerous situations. Neighbors have called me, and I call his TCM. She has experience with these elopements, as they're called, and is a colleague of the support staff, whom she gathers to share experiences and brainstorm solutions. Her interventions have kept him calmer, enabled more positive interactions, and kept his medications to a minimum. A TCM who's not embedded, I fear, would not have that firsthand in-depth knowledge of him nor coordinate his support staff as a colleague in an emergency. Which would you rather have for the dignity of a loved one? KDAD's, the proposals today, I believe in KDADs, and I've been in conversation, and I feel heard, but I believe the proposals break the essential link. I'm aware of the conflict of interest concerns, but I'd like to provide informed consent to keep my TCM embedded at the service provider. It should be our choice. Safeguards against the conflict of interest, I believe, have been in place in Kansas, although I can't speak to them today. I think there are others that can. I believe they worked, and I believe they'd be a low cost. The option is not on the table today, but it really should be. And as I hear testimony today and hear the drumbeat of the progress, I might suggest that if a plan has to be put in place, and there's already capacity issues, that maybe the plan have a very slow rollout. Maybe it would give us some hope to address it at a national level in whatever capacity we can, but I hope I don't speak in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of Julie? Seeing none. Representative Bueller.
So how many case managers has your brother had in 30 years?
To my knowledge, one.
Just one?
I don't know if there were some earlier on. I grew up and went to college and raised a family of my own, so there were years where I wasn't hands-on co-equal with my parents.
So I appreciate your concern about continuity, but if the current TCM decides to retire or move, and it could be 5 years from now or something like that, I mean, I'm assuming Lake Mary is prepared to deal with that, and it'll be stressful, but there'll be a way to manage your way through it?
My understanding is before this proposal that there are other TCMs embedded at Lake Mary who already have familiarity with his person, with his face, with the work environment that he's in, and we could seamlessly transfer over to somebody else who's already has some underlying knowledge and familiarity with the situation.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Representative Reeves.
Julie, thank you for your presentation. You spoke about the TCM being able to also intervene in a crisis situation. So I'm assuming that the TCM, I mean, I know that they're employed by the same residential facility, so their office is there, so they're available in case there's a crisis. Is that correct?
So yes. What I refer to is she would be on call, and she was on call when an emergency situation was unfolding. And she also was the point person to get the stories together from the people that were in his staff at the time, and his behavioral specialist. She could gather everybody together so we could come at it from different standpoints, share experiences, add to the stories from, everybody's point of view, and then coalesce under. And this just happened this week. I was in such a meeting, and if things happen, her offices are at his day program. If something happens there, and they have, she goes down the hallway and can see it unfolding. Or somebody's talking in the hallway and she meets them, his residential coordinator, for example. She can talk one-on-one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much for being here. Next, we have Rachel Newman. Welcome to committee, Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee. My name is Rachel Newman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at COF Training Services, supporting around 200 individuals in rural Kansas. I am also the sister of an individual who's on the waiting list in Kansas. So this issue is both personal and very professional for me. So as you guys are, I'm passionate about this issue. For me, as Megan highlighted in her testimony, capacity is at the root of every challenge you've heard about and will continue to hear about, whether it's the waiting list, community support waiver, the workforce crisis, case management. All of it must start with capacity, and without capacity, nothing else moves forward. I'd like to focus my comments today on provider capacity. So starting with the most critical capacity issue, the workforce. Direct support professionals are the backbone of the system, yet wages remain far below a living wage. The average starting wage in Kansas is $15 an hour, which is much better than it was, but that's still $6 an hour below a living wage for a single person, and over $22 an hour below a living wage for a single mother of two, which is our predominant demographic of DSP. Direct support professional is also projected to be one of the fastest growing professions over the next decade. And our commitments combined to expand waiting list spots and add a new waiver through the community support waiver will continue to increase that need for direct care. There are a lot of factors that can contribute to this workforce crisis, but a major one is reimbursement rates. Rates for IDD services haven't even kept up with inflation, even with the incredible investment from this legislator over the past few years. In the first quarter of the century, provider rates are 25% behind inflation. Despite rising costs, COF has reduced our overhead wherever possible and invested every single rate increase over the past decade directly into DSP wages and benefits. With this coming year's 1.55% increase, we faced a really tough choice. We had a long conversation about our insurance, fuel, food, utilities, and other operating costs climbing, and still, even though we had all of those, our board and our leadership is committed to DSP, so we're investing all of that rate increase into improved PTO and tenure-based wage increases for DSP. I want you to know that we're committed to making every sacrifice possible to make sure that our DSP are closer to a living wage, and we also appreciate the legislator's commitment and continued support to get us there. Another factor that impacts the workforce demand is the welcome influx of new service recipients. Over the past 3 years, the legislator has made an incredible investment in adding hundreds of waitlist spots. This is an investment I celebrate and support. However, as you've heard today, and I want to reiterate, across the state, many of those individuals are now on an invisible waiting list. They have funding, but they can't find service providers with the capacity. As a sister and a caregiver, I want and need my sister off the waiting list now to a degree. I'm a full-time worker, I have young children, I have a busy life, and I'm having to rely on and privately pay for her to get access to services. However, if her getting off the wait list now means that she goes into a system that's not stable and it's low quality, that's not going to help us. So I want stable, high-quality services when she does finally get her spot. Eliminating the waiting list is important, but without staff to meet the people's needs, it becomes only a paper fix. It's critical as a state that we alternate between investing in rates and capacity building and waitlist spots. For example, our agency has closed for new intakes. Between 2016 and 2021, we did not take a single new person. And that's because we just simply didn't have the staff. We were severely understaffed. We had more than 50% of our shifts vacant. To reiterate Chair Carpenter's point, you guys have made incredible investments over this past few years, and that 2021 rate increase allowed us to give a $4 an hour wage increase, which subsidized our capacity building efforts. And we were able to get almost fully staffed, which is more in my tenure than we had ever been. That allowed us to open back up. We took 19 new individuals into services and expanded services for 12 more individuals. But now we're at the point where we're at capacity and we can't take any more. So it's time for that another additional investment. And to your point, Representative Buehler, if we're going to be whacking moles, let's do it strategically. Whack this mole, whack that mole, and then slowly we'll get there, right? Beyond new service recipients, we also serve individuals with complex needs that is significantly challenging for the system. At COF, just 5% of the individuals receiving services consume more than half of our resources, both staffing and fiscal resources. For example, we currently serve one individual. He alone requires 10 full-time staff in his own home to meet his needs. That costs us over $700,000 a year to serve this one person, yet his state reimbursement is 15% of that total cost. These cases drive burnout, reduce the overall system capacity, and increase turnover. I want to also note the progress we're making in collaboration. As we've talked about, providers, including COF, have been actively engaged in a lot of these work groups. I personally sit on the Policy Alignment Committee, the Technical Writing Group, and the Technical Advisory Committee that's working on building the workforce in Kansas. We deeply appreciate the opportunities for our voices and operational realities to be heard in these discussions. Together, we're working towards a long-term plan for the IDD system that addresses modernization efforts and ensures alignment and commitment across all stakeholders and agencies. This collaborative approach gives me hope for a more stable and sustainable system. In closing, I just want to reemphasize that every discussion about the system has to begin with capacity. I'm really hoping that Kansas can continue to lead in this regard by investing in capacity building and stabilization, so that we can ensure providers can sustain operations, recruit and retain a strong workforce, and deliver consistent, high-quality services. These investments translate directly into real service actions for Kansas with disabilities. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'll stand for questions.
Rachel, thank you for your passion for what you do. Committee questions? Seeing none.
I did have an answer to Bueller's question earlier, if I could add that real quick.
That would be great.
In regard to what data is missing. So some things that I just jotted down real quick. The percent of people impacted, I know people have been throwing around 30%, but what does that mean? Is that 30% of people who receive TCM? Because it's important to understand that everyone who's eligible receives TCM, but only a portion of those are on the waiting list. So are we measuring the people that are receiving services and TCM to really get that true picture? What is the geographical impact of those percentages? So looking at each county. In our county specifically, I don't have the number. We're not a CDDO, but just our agency, I would say 75% are conflicted, and there's not many other options that have capacity right now. What is the capacity in the system right now? How many TCM providers are open? How many spaces do we have for TCM? Also knowing how many people are going to come on the wait list every year, they get TCM. So we have to continue to grow that capacity. How many providers are conflicted, and which of those are going to choose to maintain TCM if we continue with the current approach? For example, our agency has discussed divesting of TCM and only focusing on direct services. So that's a significant impact to our geographical area. That's my quick jotted notes, but I'll send you a follow-up email as I think more too.
So if I may.
You may.
Not using the whack-a-mole metaphor, but so when I look at your testimony and we talk about capacity is at the root of every challenge we face, so it's not just specifically the number of TCMs, it's essentially the testimony that you just gave. Because I was going to ask you that question. To me, that's like a world hunger, but the data that you just mentioned is what, in your opinion, we can use to address the root of the capacity issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So I used to be a director of TCM, but I'm currently in operations. So that's why I focused more on that. But yes, it impacts every single aspect. This is a grossly understaffed workforce, but a grossly needed, and the need is increasing. So we have to recognize that and really address those data points. Make sure systems can address the needs. So speaking to those individuals with complex needs, that individual that I talked about that cost us over $700,000 a year, he's accepted into Parsons because community is currently not really equipped to meet his needs, but he's on a waiting list for Parsons, and they don't know when he's going to have a bed. It's probably going to be a year from now. We're fighting back and forth with the MCO. They've denied every extraordinary funding request we've made. Right now, they've negotiated us down to $250,000 a year and may not even cover that. So those types of things, that case specifically caused us to close our doors. We just added the need for 10 more full-time staff when we're not even fully staffed. We can't take one more person if we can barely meet the needs of the people we're already committed to. So it's that on a global scale with every single issue we address.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You didn't have, well, make it brief.
Very brief. So when agencies are considering closing their TCM, is it primarily because because the reimbursement is so low?
Yeah, so to speak to that, I again recognize and appreciate the investment in TCM. We went from losing hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s a year in this department to almost breaking even. The billing structure definitely needs to change, but to speak directly to our perspective, we do run conflicted case management, and we have an overhead that allows us to invest in training, allows us to invest in our TCMs going and attending different events and building their knowledge. It improves their tenure, and we can help invest in that quality. We lose money in this department, but we continue to choose to do that because the quality is better. And so when we're looking at whether we can or can't continue to provide these services, if we can't continue to help the people we're already committed to serving, there's not a benefit to us maintaining that system other than the overall capacity. Also, we're in a rural area where we don't have a lot of other people close, so we know the importance of local support, and if we can't get our TCMs to them to support them, then we don't see the benefit in that investment.
All right, yeah. Well, thank you very much for being here. The chair is failing in his duty to keep us on time. I want to go through my list here of folks that could possibly come back after lunch. Matt Fletcher is on that list. Matt, do you have previous, or do you have anything after lunch? Could you come back after lunch? Sure. Mike? So that's two. Ron? Ron is online. Oh, Ron's online? Is he online now? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am on.
Ron,
I'm on now.
Would it be a problem for you to come back after lunch?
Well, I'm here, so it doesn't matter one way or the other. I'll be happy to come back
All
after
right,
lunch.
well, go ahead. We're going to have to weed some folks out to come back to lunch to stay on our time. We've got 15 minutes and we've got 7 people, and that isn't going to work out very well. So I've gotten rid of 2 of them. And so, Ron, go ahead. Welcome to committee.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Chair Carpenter and members of the committee. I'm Ron Fugate and the father of a 51-year-old son with IDD. Now, he was on the IDD wait list for 10 years, and thanks to your efforts, he was among the 500 who came off the wait list last year, and I am forever grateful. I'm also one of the 30 members of the Family Advisory Council on IDD waiver modernization efforts. We were appointed by KDADS, and I'm concerned that the proposed conflict-free TCM service model will be disruptive and costly in many ways. At one of our recent monthly meetings, I posed some questions to KDADS. Do we know how many TCMs there are in Kansas? How many are employed by service providers? How many operate independent case management services? Where are they located? What are their caseloads? How many case managers are accepting new clients? How many new referrals can they accommodate? Are independent case managers interested in or able to hire displaced TCMs after service providers divest them? Do they have the means to pay competitive salaries and full benefits? KDADS tells us that they are reviewing the numbers, but we have yet to see the results. So I decided to call Johnson County case managers where I live. And here's what I found. 21 case management services operate in Johnson County, and that includes several that also provide HCBS services. Of the 21, 9 are at capacity and closed for new referrals. Now, there are 11 independent case management agencies open for new referrals. Of the 10 I spoke to, 3 are sole practitioners operating alone, 7 agencies employ TCMs ranging in number from 2 to 16, and that's a total of 40 in the county. Collectively, when I asked, these independent agencies stated that they could accept a total of 79 new client referrals. Now, here's the problem. 2 of the larger HCBS service providers in Johnson County said that their TCMs in conflict collectively serve 280 clients who will need to find new TCMs. So if you do the math, this exceeds the TCM agency capacity for new referrals by more than 200 cases. And that's just among 2 of the providers in Johnson County. So my question is, how will TCM personnel shortages be addressed and at what cost? Not just in Johnson County, but in the other 104 counties. Now, this all comes on the heels of other modernization initiatives that we've heard about, things that depend on TCMs. Included are training on new HCBS eligibility assessment tool, a new person-centered support plan, and training on charting the life course. So here's my question. What are the strategies for managing and funding the transition to a conflict-free TCM model? Are our loved ones and the service professionals on whom they depend facing harmful disruption? What about implementing a robust oversight system that retains the current TCM model while meeting CMS requirements? Now, we appreciate all this committee has done to support our loved ones and to help ensure that they continue to live with dignity and respect in their communities. And we hope that you agree that defining and communicating a practical, coherent, and sustainable conflict-free transition plan is a top priority. Thank you.
Ron, thank you very much for that committee questions. I just have one, Ron. Looking at your figures here, 40 TCMs, we've heard testimony earlier today that an average TCM has 30 plus clients, 30, 35 clients. So if you extrapolate that out, that's over 1,200 people that could be served by those folks that you talk to. Not 79. That would be 2 per person versus what we've heard testimony is they have 35. So I'm not sure how that works out, but that just doesn't make much sense to me. When we
Yeah, may I explain, please, that when I spoke with the case managers of these various independent agencies, the question I asked, how many additional spaces are available within your practice to accept new referrals? And I calculated that for each of the organizations that I talked to, the 10. I did not talk to the 11th. I did not get a call back. But when I calculated that, that total was 79 spaces, in addition to what they currently have. And some weren't accepting any new clients because they were at capacity. They have no plans to expand.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Ron, questions of Ron? Very good. Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Committee,
Thank you.
we have time for one more. Colin? We're going to break at 12 noon for lunch, and so Allison and Matt and Mike and Angie will meet with you after lunch. We'll hear from you, but we'll let Colin get his blows in from yesterday too.
Right,
Good job, man.
Thank you. I'm actually on the docket today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I hope you didn't use all your bullets from
You
yesterday.
don't need to know my name. You know my name.
We know your name.
Okay, so The Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas has been around for 38 years. We advocate for the better quality of life of people with IDD, you know that. Okay. We support all compliance with all CMS rule changes, including the case management, conflict of interest. We also would ask you to help us. Okay, it was not this year. This last session, you gave us 200 people off the waiting list, and we thank you for that. Prior to that, I know it says in my testimony that it was promised that we got 500 off the waiting list. That didn't happen. It was just a recommendation of SAC along with other advocacy groups, and we would ask for 500 off the waiting list again to really get at that number of, I believe, 4,800 or something like that. Another suggestion we have or request would be lowering the proviso cap that you put in on the waiting list, saying the waiting list cannot exceed 4,000 people. We would like that dropped to 3,500 people. So it would be a cap of 3,500 people on the waiting list. If that is hit, those people would be offered services. And remember this, all the decisions you guys make up here, it's not just policy or words on paper and stuff. There are people behind these things and people that are affected by these things. And so we just want you to remember that as you deliberate and do what you do. All right.
All right, Colin, thank you. And I'll tell you a little story on myself to kind of address where you're coming from. When I started on it, when I saw this wait list, I chaired social services budget. Yeah. It was 7,000 or something at that time. It was just outrageous. Yeah. And I thought, what? Let's just do it. And so some folks, and some of them are in the room right now, that they called me in because I'd been parroting this, let's just get rid of this wait list. And they drew straws to see who was going to tell me that I was full of crap and that I didn't understand the process. And they were all nervous, you know, because they didn't want to tell a representative. And we met at a coffee shop, and they were all fidgety, and they said, well, you don't get it. We don't have the capacity. And this is what I'm speaking to you, and we've just had testimony from that, is we don't have the capacity to serve more than 250 or not, you know, and so they drew straws, and they told me, they said, you just don't get it. So that was when we came up with the 25% increase, went on a mission to increase capacity, and that's where we're at now. But it's a balance between the capacity and, I mean, it's also money to take folks off the wait list, but there's a balance because we've got to have capacity to take care of those people. So we understand where you're coming from, but I also understand that we don't want to offer these slots and then
have no place for them.
Exactly. So I hope you understand. We're looking at it, but
we get it all, man.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Some of this stuff they just put in there, and I'm
well,
saying
we're keenly aware of exactly what you're talking about.
We just saying it again.
We're good.
Just so you know.
Hey, we appreciate you.
All right.
I count on you for telling it like it is.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, committee, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. And I'm sorry we didn't get to you. You can blame it on me. That's fine. So I'll see you at, what time are we scheduled to be back? 1:15? 1:15. bring the meeting to order, committee.
You're gonna have to speak in that microphone a little louder there, boss.
Hey. It's on. I just don't usually, I usually let Stephen do my,
I mean, if you want me to speak up, I'll speak.
do it.
All right, we're calling the meeting to order.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, very good, committee. Thank you for your patience. We're a little bit behind. What we've got to do here now is I need to get through two people, Allison and Angie, and then we have a person that's been trying to get on our agenda for yesterday from Wyoming that is going to talk to us a little bit about how they did it in Wyoming. And we'll deal with her for a little bit, and then we'll go back to Mike and Matt. So with that, let's go ahead and get Allison. Welcome to committee.
There we go. Thank you. Allison is sick. My name is Whit, and I'm very happy to be here today. Well, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Like Rachel said earlier, I'm going to kind of steal her words. My testimony today is both personal and professional. Thank you for the chance to be here today. I am Vice President of Policy and Programming for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. And as many of you may know, I'm pretty sure all of you know, but our mission is to empower individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families to lead systems change, build capacity, and advocate for inclusive, accessible communities where everyone has the chance to belong and thrive. Now, before I talk about policy, I want to pause and say thank you. This past session, 200 new IDD waiver slots were funded, and the waitlist cap was lowered to 4,000, and that matters. Those decisions directly impact Kansans, and I want to recognize your leadership in making them happen. We also know that there are still 4,800 around there Kansans on the waiting list. And when I say waiting list, I don't mean an abstract number. I mean people, actual Kansans with IDD who are living every day without the proper support they need. And I wanted to say waiting is not neutral, waiting is painful, and waiting can break people. And that's where we get into my story. I know that firsthand because as a Kansan diagnosed with autism, I was on the IDD waiver waitlist for 8 years. And I had a testimony prepared for you guys, and I changed it late last night because I really wanted to share my story and really paint a picture as to what that wait can look like for these individuals. During the 8 years that I was on the wait list, I was hospitalized over a dozen times for psychiatric crises. I lived with thoughts of suicide. I attempted to take my life, barely made it. So glad to be here today. I felt hopeless about my future. My family was exhausted and worn down. And without the supports that I qualified for, I felt like a burden to my family, to society, and even to myself. My life lacked direction, and I could not imagine things ever getting any better. That is what waiting meant for me, and right now, so many Kansans are still waiting, and some of those may not survive the wait. What changed my life were 3 things: employment, support, and community. Through the STEPS program, I was hired at ks.gov, and I now work full-time. For the first time, I have had meaningful work, a paycheck, colleagues who valued me, and a reason to get out of bed in the morning. Employment has given me purpose, and it has been the single most important intervention that my life has ever had. I found this employment before I even received a waiver slot offer, though. And I share all of this because it's not just my story. This is a glimpse into what's possible when people with IDD are given real opportunities. The waiver system is not just about funding services. It's about supporting people to live full, independent, meaningful lives. But like so many others have said today, we cannot talk about funding the waitlist without also addressing the workforce crisis. The DSP workforce is in crisis, and these are the people who provide day-to-day supports. They are the backbone of the waiver system, and without them, the waiver slots really have low meaning, because without them, people cannot access the services that they are approved for. There's low pay, high turnover, and burnout. All of this means that when people finally get off the wait list, there's too often not staff available to deliver services. We cannot afford to treat the workforce as an afterthought. And that's why I'm urging you to support the Kansas CARES Act, which stands for Career Advancement, Resources, Education, and Supports. At KCDD, we don't claim to have all the answers. I certainly do not. What I have for you today is my story and what's working and not working in other states. I have a few recommendations. Let's fund more waiver slots, 500 more waiver slots in the next legislative session, and continue to reduce the waitlist cap. Let's invest in the launch of the community support waiver, and let's modernize the waitlist system. These are not just technical changes. They are changes that restore trust, bring hope, and create accountability. They are changes that can prevent families from falling through the cracks. Chair and members of the committee, this is why I'm here today. My story is only one, but I know what it's like to wait without support. I also know what it means to feel like life is not worth living, but I also know what it's like to finally have the dignity of having support and the hope that that can bring to a life. I'm grateful for the steps that Kansas has already taken, and I believe that we can go further. Together, we can ensure that Kansans with IDD don't just survive the waitlist, but that they thrive beyond it. Today was my first time hearing about the invisible waiting list, and that's something that I'll take back to my work and see what can be done to address that as well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to my story today, and thank you for the commitment to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Our written testimony goes a lot more into detail about our work at KCDD, about our recommendations, and about the Kansas CARES Act. What I really wanted to do today was share my story because it's what I have to offer. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. Committee? Seeing none. Very good. Next, we have Angie. We're kind of up against a time crunch, so.
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
Me. Good afternoon. I'm certainly glad I'm not standing between you and lunch, which is what I was worried about all morning, so at least there's that. Some of you may recognize me. I've been here a few times. My name is Angie Reinking. I'm the executive director of the ARC of Douglas County. I've worked in this field for 30 plus years. I don't claim the exact number because I'd have to say I started at 5. But I wanted to speak a little bit about our experience as an independent case management agency. So I want to touch a little bit on the TCM issues and conflict of interest, briefly talk about the 25-hour limit that others have mentioned, and one suggestion I have for the peer support waiver. So I'll try to keep it quick, but all this is also in my testimony. Again, we've been a case management agency and have been around for many, many years. I feel like it's important to know that good case managers happen at both agency-based case managers, meaning they also have a community support provider arm and independent agencies. But we are an example that it can be done, because sometimes I've sat in this room and listened to people say, it's impossible to have an independent TCM agency. I will say thanks to the support and that increase in rate to $75, I'm no longer in the red 12 months out of 12 months. Only at the very end of the year at this point am I in the red. So that has made a huge change. But I do want to speak to, I was part of and sat in on all eight of the work groups that KDAD's convened, was happy to be invited to have my voice be part of those. And I want to just commend KDAD's for doing a very robust, extremely involved process for people to have their voices heard. They had done that previously, but they were asked to do it again, and they did a fantastic job. I don't know what more they could have done to include a diverse selection of stakeholders in our system. I do want to mention that with conflict of interest, of course, we won't have to make any change because we've never provided any HCBS services. We've chosen purposely to never go into providing HCBS services so that we would never have a conflict, regardless of CMS or any other perceptions. We just didn't ever want that perception or the risk that my staff would have limitations in how they could advocate on behalf of the individual that they work with because of the fear of advocating against your employer, the fear of being young, and not even knowing where your limits are. So I commend all the folks that do a great job of case management across all types in the state, and I'm thankful for all my peers that are here. I do want to briefly just recognize InterHab and their newest director for reaching out. I've been at the table to talk about these issues for 10 plus years, and in the last 6 months is the first time I've been invited to be part of those conversations with InterHab. So I applaud their effort to say, let's talk about capacity and TCM, and let's not just do it internally with just our members, because the solution is going to have to be broader than just InterHab members. So thank you to them. And again, I know Representative Carpenter mentioned being glad to hear that we're working on talking about how can we as TCM providers be part of presenting a solution that we're all comfortable with. I will say quickly that I am not a huge fan of where we landed out of the work groups. I think it's cumbersome that but I also get that that's where we landed for a reason. It was a consensus process, and that where most providers land on this continuum of choices for how to deal with conflict of interest was we're much more comfortable being able to still do TCM, even, step away from the mic, even if we cannot provide it to the people we provide services to. But I do want to acknowledge that that creates a whole new administrative burden. And I'm worried about that being put on KDADs. My hope is that CDDOs who are already well poised to do that would be granted additional funding and are in the perfect role to manage that, because this will not be a one-time, I now went to a non-conflicted agency, right? I'm with a non-conflicted agency now, but maybe I decide to change to a different residential provider, and my TCM that's been non-conflicted is with the place I want to change to get services. So there will be a constant need to monitor whether people are with conflicted agencies, and when that change makes, how to continue to not be in conflict. So I just worry about that administrative burden and want to make sure that we think about not just assuming that's one more thing KDADs can add to their plate, that I hope our CDDOs could be a resource and be compensated to do that work. I think the other thing about conflict of interest I want to mention is just that capacity piece. Everyone said it so well before me, right? We have 4 case managers on staff at our agency. We serve currently about 152 people. Each person has somewhere between 30. I've had someone have 40 once, but that was just because they had a lot of folks who really didn't want much. Each caseload's very different. But our folks have really involved, elaborate, intimate relationships with their folks. So I don't want you to leave here thinking that that only happens if your case manager is at the place you also get day and residential services. 3 of my 4 case managers have been doing this work for 17 years or more as case managers. I'm very blessed to have such longevity. But a lot of that's because we are an agency that has made an investment in providing benefits for our staff. It's very difficult for us to do. Every year, our health insurance costs go up 15%. So as we talk about capacity, there's a lot of ways to look at this, right? But I think it's important to remember that it's not just about an agency having just enough money to maybe pay for a case manager. It's really about how do we make that a living wage, ideally, and benefits so that people will stay in that job. And I really think a lot of people have stayed where we're at because they have flexibility and they have the benefits. I also wanted to highlight that there was one other piece on conflict, just that I also would echo that I don't think it should be done overnight. I've never been said, I think I said once standing here, oh, we just need to pull the Band-Aid off. I didn't mean like tomorrow everybody has to be in an unconflicted situation. But what I have been is I've been in this system and listening and been at the table for these conversations for over 10 years. And I'm really glad that today, what I didn't hear was providers saying there's no conflict. What I heard providers saying was we have to work to figure out a solution so that we continue to do what we all care about and are passionate about, which is to continue to provide high-quality services to Kansans. So I won't spend longer on that, but I just want to make sure you know we're one more voice for a phased process, but I don't think it should be 8 to 10 years. I think our phased process needs to be like 3 to 5. And lastly, on the conflict of interest, I put it in here, but I want to make sure you guys realize that no matter what decision gets made, there's going to be some unhappy people. You've heard from some of the families today, and I feel for individuals that might have to make a change. I believe in the choice process in our system, but we have no option to undo conflict of interest without some changes. So I don't want you to go into this process thinking, if we do this right, I just won't have upset constituents. That's not realistic. You're going to hear from folks that are sad and concerned, but the whole process of all these committees and all this work has been to try to make it as least painful as possible. That said, I want to just skip over to the 25-hour limit issue. I want to echo what I heard parents say much better than I could ever say, which is we have limited the ability for families to provide the care that is so valuable to our state and is mostly uncompensated. Even when a household gets a little bit of money for some of the work they might be doing for their loved one, the bulk of that 24-hour care is uncompensated and saves our state money, besides someone being at home. And our system was built on this 25-hour limit, and that's really what providers have built to meet. Currently, you can get about 6 hours a day of day service. If we offered more funding and additional, and the limit was higher, I think people might change their model, right? But right now, the model is based on how much can we bill for day service. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the piece around this idea of unbundling day services. Again, I'm a believer that that's going to be a benefit to our state. I understand why unbundling of day services is scary. Scary for providers, scary for those receiving services and their families. But ultimately, I see unbundling of day service as an opportunity for us to, one, really know how people are spending their days and to build those individual services. No one wants to see day providers go out of business. Some of the things that get called employment now might not be able to be called employment if it's paid some minimum wage and not integrated, but nobody wants all that stuff to go away. The intent is to be very creative and say, how can we take one service that's called one thing no matter what someone's doing during their day and make a set of services that build to create someone's day. Again, with higher limits that I really want you guys to consider, it leaves room for providers to expand their capacity beyond this 6 hour because I can't bill for more than a certain amount in a week. I'm never going to provide more than that in day service. The potential's there for us to see day service unbundling create really exciting services, opportunities, and I hope we just aren't so scared of that we can't see that, yes, it's going to be a little bit painful to figure out what that looks like, but it's an opportunity. And I think ultimately for the participant in services, having maybe, let's just make up 5 services that have different needs and different eligibility, but you're ultimately eligible for IDD. But my meaning being, maybe I'm looking for work. Maybe I'm not looking for work. I'm in retirement age. That what I would like to see is that we have that ability for people to have more flexibility in their day, that to be more person-centered as a system, which is what we all want, and that's a main goal of modernization, that having a variety of services that someone can choose from allows us to be much more person-centered. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll be done, I'm sorry, but I do want to mention an important service that I think should be considered for the peer support, or for the community support waiver. In some states, there is a service on their waivers for IDD called peer support. And it could be a one piece of a whole plan to address our workforce crisis. We have lots of people with disabilities that are unemployed, and we have lots of potential for those folks to be supporters to one another. That a peer says, I've been through that, let me show you how to use the bus system. Let me show you how to do XYZ. There are a lot of things that someone with IDD can do to support one another. There's models out there for other states where they've provided the training and they have a service on the waiver that pays people to provide services to one another. And so it does potentially create one piece of a solution. Last but not least, I'll just say that we would love to be part of the capacity solutions in Kansas under TCM. It's hard to do. Jeff did a great job of, stealing my words from last year, that you can't predict how soon. I pay for that case manager by their billing time. So if I hire, I've yet to find someone who says, I'd like to work part-time for you while I have 1 or 2 people, and you can just pay me for that little bit, and then we'll build up, and eventually I'll be full-time and get benefits. And so that's the real challenge, even if we change the models, and I'm thrilled to be part of these conversations about how we might look at how TCM gets billed and improve that efficiency there. I still think it's very important for us to think about that bigger picture. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Very good, thank you, and thank you for your passion about this. I remember when you testified before CanCare, I think it was in August, wasn't it? And I saw that I recognized you, but I didn't recognize until you came up there, but you were talking, and I really had some good questions for you too, and you've answered a lot of those. Committee questions? I think you kind of knocked it out of the park. Good job, good job. Now we're going to interrupt to Elizabeth, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Welcome to committee, and thank you for your time. I apologize for moving some folks out of line here, but I think it was important. I believe it's important that we hear from someone from Wyoming that went through what we're trying to go through right now. So do you have slides, or are you just going to talk?
I was just going to talk, if that works for you.
That is fine. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to be here today. My name is Elizabeth Forsland. I am with the state of Wyoming. I am the Home and Community-Based Services Section Administrator. That big mouthful of a job title lives within the Department of Health, within our Medicaid designated division. And so I do oversee our waivers, our HCBS waivers here in Wyoming, along with my team. I've been in this position for about 2.5 years, and I've been with the waiver program for an additional 5, and worked for the state of Wyoming for about 14 years at this point. We are a fee-for-service state. We don't have any managed care organizations in Wyoming. I'm not sure exactly how Kansas is set up, but we do have a fee-for-service structure. So my team of 34 are responsible for oversight of case management, oversight of providers, assisting with questions, concerns that we have about waiver management overall, about implementing and executing some of the regulatory requirements we have, and oversee services delivered to individuals, incidents and complaints, and then federal reporting and compliance, of course. So Wyoming has 3 HCBS waivers at this point in time. 2 of them are geared towards providing services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, acquired brain injuries, and developmental disabilities. And the other is aimed towards folks who are aging in place over the age of 65, as well as those adults that might have physical disabilities. For all 3 of our waivers, we've been in compliance with conflict-free case management since 2018. We have our transition plan was approved by CMS from the 2014 settings rule, which talked about conflict-free case management, and our transition plan was completed on time. For those of you keeping track, I was not present for the implementation of conflict-free case management, but a number of my staff were, and so I consulted with them about lessons learned, things that went well, challenges that were in place, and just have a few items to offer today. So again, not exactly sure how many providers and case management entities Kansas has, but here in Wyoming we have between 600 and 800 providers and case management entities at any given time. We have a majority of our entities, both case managers and providers, are very small. About 2/3 of folks provide services to 3 or fewer individuals. So we have a lot of scope and range in our provider and case management population. They range from large organizations that might serve 50 to 100 people down to independent entities that may serve just 1 individual as well. So conflict-free case management is now just common embedded practice within our state. It is outlined within our waiver documents. We established administrative rule, which I believe I provided as a part of written testimony that you all can review if you would like to. But administrative rule supports that case managers must be conflict-free. We also have that just in daily practice. So we have individuals monitoring on my team, case managers and providers throughout their certification and recertification. And so we ensure when a case manager or provider is undergoing certification that they do not operate in conflict. We also field complaints, and so sometimes we'll hear from members of the public, from providers or other case managers about challenges with conflicts of interest, and we'll investigate those as well. Prior to our implementation, we did allow a conflict-free case management. We did allow case management in conflict, I guess you would call it. And so we did have that transition in 2018. That was a big change. One of the things that I would recommend, I'm not sure exactly where Kansas is in the implementation process, but it sounds like the Kansas infrastructure has done a good job of having multiple venues for feedback with providers and case managers. That was something that was really effective in Wyoming. People were able to air their concerns and brought up a couple of really good points. One of them was apprehension that there would be no case managers available that were operating conflict-free. At Kansas, I know as well as Wyoming has large geographic area. Much of our service area is not only frontier, not only rural but frontier, and so there were apprehensions about folks being able to have case managers in different areas. As a result of that feedback, we did put into our administrative rule and in our waiver document that we want to make sure that folks receive case management. So if there are any documented cases where an individual is unable to locate a case manager that operates conflict-free, we at the division will review that situation and may grant an exception. And so that was able to be a little bit of a pressure release valve for folks with concerns. But interestingly enough, we put that in administrative rule, and to date, we have never had to utilize that provision of rule. We have never had that brought to our attention and have always had case managers available that were conflict-free. So that was a really good benefit and something that was unexpected. One of the things that I heard in previous testimony was about the additional administrative burden, and I wanted to let you folks know that we absolutely do have monitoring of that conflict-free case management as a part of our administrative burden that we've taken on within the state. However, it's so integrated into our practice now that at this point in time, several years down the road, it doesn't feel like an added burden, but just part of our general practice. Just wanted to offer that experience. We also have some benefit in Wyoming of good credibility of state staff. I personally have never been a direct service provider or a case manager, but we do have former providers and former case managers on our state team, and them being able to provide feedback and insight into, and speak from personal experience about case management and working for a provider organization is really helpful with this implementation, and also being able to advise and support families and individuals served. We would really say that one of the things that was successful from Wyoming's perspective was to have a reasonable timeline, but also to stick to that timeline and implement when we said we were going to. We had some robust oversight and follow through. We wanted to make sure that we had appropriate reporting mechanisms, so we do have incidents and complaints that folks are able to file for us to follow up on. But it also is necessary to have support up the chain within our Department of Health and also within the legislative body here in Wyoming. We had to have folks that were comfortable with going to administrative hearing if incidents were found of folks operating in conflict, and be able to have those firm timelines, lots of communication, and going forward with implementing rather than waffling on that, having a strong implementation plan. And honestly, we had a lot of folks providing feedback, a lot of folks being very thoughtful in Wyoming about how this might change their lives, but we have actually been much more successful with conflict-free case management than we expected when we were developing the plan and implementing it as well. So that's just a brief description. I didn't know how in the weeds you wanted me to go here, but I'm more than happy to field any questions that the committee might have as well.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you for your time. Our western portion of our state is similar to Wyoming and when we call it frontier. So it's very helpful to know that it can be done even in the frontier areas. Committee questions? Again, no committee questions, so thank you so much for your time, Elizabeth, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, I thought it was important that we heard from her. We've been trying to connect over the last 2 weeks and hadn't, and so, but they did do it successfully and without a lot of issues. So, okay, with that, without further ado, which one of you guys wants to go first? Matt? Matt, you're up. Matt, no stranger to this committee in a previous life, and now he's with it in a different life, and welcome to committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Matt Fletcher. I'm the Executive Director of TARC, Inc. We are a large service provider here in Shawnee County, also the CDDO for the Shawnee County region. We provided supports and services to 1,400 children and adults last year. We've been around since 1954. Case management is a core and fundamental piece of everything that we do at TARC Incorporated. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of a team of very dedicated, very amazing case managers who are upset. They're upset that the relationships that they have developed, some of these relationships over 20 years, are about to be disrupted. I'm also here on behalf of the individuals and families and guardians that represent the 80 conflicted individuals on TARC caseloads. They're upset. They're not sure what's going to happen to their loved one. And again, the relationships that have been developed over decades are now in jeopardy. So that's why I'm here today, is to ask this committee to consider whether there is any stone left unturned at this point in time before we upend our case management system in this state. I would remind you of a similar committee that met 11 months ago. It was the Interim Committee on Targeted Case Management. And many of the questions that have been posed in this committee over the last day are the same questions that were asked by legislators in that committee a year ago. And I have to ask you now, why don't you have those answers? Why has it been a year in which we don't even know what the total capacity challenge is across our state? Why has it been a year in which we can't put a number to how many total individuals are conflicted on TCM caseloads? And does that give you the confidence that you feel you need to allow this program, this plan change to move forward? Now, in Shawnee County, we currently have a case management waiting list. It's 92 currently. TARC is placed in a very difficult position with the choices that are being made available to us through this mitigation strategy. We can either divest of our TCM program. That would mean discharging our case managers, and 280 individuals would have to go out into Shawnee County and look for a new case manager. That is on top of the 92 individuals that are already waiting for a case manager. So I and my leadership team could choose that path and disenfranchise 280 individuals, or we could choose the second option, which we had to fight hard to receive over the last few months, which was that TARC could continue to have both case management and service provision under one roof, but just not to the same individuals. Now, make no mistake, that is a step forward. And for TARC, that creates enormous flexibility. I'll be able to keep my dedicated case managers as a part of our organization. They won't have to worry about losing their wages and benefits and where they'll work tomorrow. They receive capers, for example, as one of the benefits that they receive through employment at TARC. That would not be replicated in an independent case manager. But what it does mean is that those 80 conflicted individuals on caseloads would again have to go out and find a new case manager. So in essence, that will double the waiting list of individuals waiting for case managers in Shawnee County. This is not, I'm not talking about Ellis or Reno or Bourbon. I'm talking about Shawnee County. Now, it's great that the state is also looking at any willing and qualified provider exemption. Many other states in their mitigation strategies employed a similar exemption. CMS allows it. And you heard from one state here this afternoon that has a version of that now built in to their process. And that's wonderful. But again, as I represent those 80 individuals that wonder about who their case manager will be tomorrow or the next day, I have to ask you, what will that do for these individuals in Shawnee County, a metropolitan region? The exemption has typically been employed in rural and frontier regions, as we've heard about. So there is no solution on the table right now that would enable these 80 individuals to keep their relationships that they have come to rely on. And by the way, they made the choice. They chose these case managers. We're disenfranchising those choices that were made through language in the final rule, which is in conflict with itself. The final rule is about personal choice, but also includes this language that restricts the personal choice in this instance. I know we can't change the federal government, but I would remind you that I believe almost every mitigation strategy that's been approved by CMS was approved before this current administration assumed office. In my mind, given everything that has happened in the last 10 months, have we talked to the people at CMS? Have we talked to the people at HHS? Have we asked them to look at this one more time? Do they really care about an Obama administration policy? Would they perhaps look at it differently than previous administrations? I'm heartened to hear that Senator Gossage will have an opportunity to do that, and I hope that she will avail herself of that opportunity. I will also remind this committee of one of the recommendations that came out of that interim TCM committee last fall, which was to write a letter to CMS asking for clarity to explore this issue further. I don't believe that letter was ever sent. And considering almost all of the players in leadership positions at HHS and CMS are different people now, is it time to write that letter? With that, I'll close and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And I'll just clarify the issue with the letter. We don't have the authority to, as a committee, to send a letter to the federal government. That's what we discovered after the fact that we went through and wrote that letter. We did not have any authority whatsoever to emburden the state with the committee's thoughts. So while it was well-intentioned, it was not sent because we don't have the authority as a committee. So that's what we found out after we asked for the letter. So committee questions? Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Matt, for your testimony. You offer something interesting here. With the any willing and qualified provider piece, because my understanding is that it looks more like it for rural and frontier areas, but you bring the question of if we, you know, that even Shawnee being an urban area, that the shortage exists maybe even at the level of a rural and frontier area, and could that also be a reason, you know, to be able to use that willing qualified provider? That's
I think that's a great
pretty cool.
example of the potential flexibility that could be on the table with new players. And at least we should ask the question to see if perhaps they would look at tools like this that are already established, already in use. Perhaps they'd look at them just a little bit differently. I have a similar question regarding a particular program that we offer at TARC. It's a self-determination program. It's the only one of its kind in the state of Kansas. There are 60 individuals in that self-determination program. Would they then be able to take advantage of an only willing and qualified provider exemption, since TARC is the only entity that offers that service? I think I'd like to make an argument for that, if we could.
Committee. Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. What technology is currently being used by case managers? And it seems to me like it could be very automated. And what improvements could be made in the realm of technology and that work to make it more efficient so that case managers could carry or take care of more folks?
Well, the team that I spoke of earlier, they dance their way around technology-related issues all day long, every day. And that's on my to-do list as the executive director to make that better for them. I'm in my 3rd month, so I'm not there yet, but we're going to get started fixing that issue. But case management, this is one of these professions that, whether it's a pen and paper or a spreadsheet on a laptop, they're going to use whatever they have at their disposal, because at the end of the day, just as you've heard from so many conferees today, it's about the connections they make and the connections they make on behalf of the individual they provide support to. That's the essence of case management. And we need to make sure that we're supporting that and enhancing it rather than jeopardizing it.
Very good. Matt, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So have you participated in these work groups?
I did, yes, in spring. From
Just one?
No, there were probably about, oh my goodness, there were 8 different subgroups and 3 overriding work groups that they belonged to. And from March 1st, I believe, right at the beginning of March through almost the end of April, we met weekly. So it was an exhausting series of meetings. And it was, I have to say, KDADs should be commended for that work. That was great that they came to the table. They did a really nice job of inviting a very large array of stakeholders. And at the end of the day, we did end up with something better than what we started with in January of last year. But it still doesn't, I mean, it's still not going to help the individuals that I mentioned today.
And I don't disagree, but this is going to happen. You know, whether you're on board with it and we can shape it some way that it does not disrupt, but we are going to do this. And we should have done it. We've had 10 years. The can is not being kicked down the road any farther. So I encourage you to be involved in it and still try to display, you know, get your words across there, and hopefully we can get some exemptions, but no is not a solution. So I just want to tell you that.
Well, we owe it to the individuals that we provide support to and their families to keep them up to date. So our case managers have begun dialogue with families so they understand what's coming in the near future. So we are very dedicated to working towards as soft of a landing as we can arrive at. But make no mistake, it will be turbulent for a lot of people.
It might. But we're going to do our best to make sure that it's not. So, okay, any further questions? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mike.
All righty. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mike Burgess with I'm the Director of Policy with the Disability Rights Center, Kansas. And so I do, like some of the previous conferees said, I want to thank you all for your work in recent years to help make a huge difference in the IDD waiver and the waiting list. We still have work to do, but we need to recognize those efforts, and I definitely want to thank you. And I also, as some of the other conferees have talked about, thank KDADs, because I think they heard the message loud and clear from you last session to convene stakeholders, and I can tell you, like Matt and some of the other, Rachel and a number of other folks, I participated in all 3 of those work groups, all 8 subgroups. I'm on the Conflict-Free Kansas Policy Alignment Team. I'm on the Technical Advisory Group, also then we worked through all those consensus stakeholder meetings. So it's been an immense amount of time, but it's been an amazing opportunity to interact with and better understand some of the challenges that exist across the state with the system. And so that probably brings a little bit of background into how I've organized my recommendations for you. I went through the charge of the committee and tried to organize them based upon the charges that were in the letter that the LCC approved. So break them down by waiting list, waiver modernization, and then workforce as we do it. So I'm going to hit through them quickly, and always happy to kind of come back later on if you have questions or want more detail later on behind any of these. Definitely let me know, because I'm happy to do that. So without further ado, jumping into recommendation 1 is to add 500 slots for that comprehensive waiver. I think the key piece of this is we need to commit to doing a multi-year effort to get us across. So with the 700 slots you've created over the last 2 years, that's a big chunk of it. And we need to do it about another 500 this year, and then a few more in the following year. And if we can commit to doing this, we can give the providers more time. I think one of the challenges with just the inherency, the way things work is, you all pass the budget typically around April, May, to start July 1. And so the providers then may or may not, they have a short period of time to ramp up to begin to serve people. And everyone does the best job they can, but just this process is not inherent for organizations to plan and thoughtfully, strategically grow their capacity. And so the rates are very important. We need to continue to do that too, but I think part of it is having a plan on how we're going to address it. And you guys have done so much work. We're really close. I mean, there really is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I know some of you heard me talk about this in the past, but this is year 3. If we do things right, by year 5, we can serve the people who will need services now. And it's not going to be easy. I'm not up here trying to, don't take that away from it. But a lot of the things that we need to do are in the works. And so we've got to continue to do that. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the community support waiver. We need to get that up and off the ground, and then commit to funding 500 slots, additional slots next year to bring that one up to 1,000. That's going to be another key piece of this 5-year plan to get there. And then probably at this point, the thing that we haven't talked about enough, but it's been in a lot of the different recommendations, are revisiting and having a good process for how we prioritize and manage the waiting list. And you've heard great recommendations about it. We need a portal, and we need a dashboard, and we need to communicate with people the way they want to be communicated with and give them multiple options. That is doable. KDADs could contract for that. It's not, I think sometimes we think in terms of we need one person, or one agency to do all of this. That could be done outside of them, and I would even be happy to help work with a group to create a demo and model some of these things so we can get the user interface worked out in a meaningful way, because it doesn't have to be hard, and we have most of the data and tools to be able to do that. But then the recommendation 4 comes down to the active waiting list. We heard one of the CDDO members talk about what their process, where they send the letter annually and do all that. we need to do more for those families that are waiting. I mean, and we need to, it's going to cost some money to do that. Not a lot, but we need some money and to do more to help communicate more actively with those individuals where we have that face-to-face at a better interval than once a year with a letter and a phone call. And people are doing above and beyond that. I don't want to say, but I think we can do better and be more comprehensive. Too many people are falling through the cracks. I mean, that's one of the challenges with, why they do additional waiver opportunities or send letters to more, because the acceptance rate's typically only about 75%. Well, with that 25%, we're not sure. It may be that they don't need service. It also may be that they're lost and that they moved out of state, that any number of things. And so we've got to do more to help track and communicate. So that's 4. And then recommendation 5 is the simple first step for that, is we ought to convene stakeholders to discuss the best way to accomplish this and what should be done. And revisit when people need services. Because Kansas has historically been a first on, first off. As we get further down the road and make the wait list much smaller, it would make sense to use the waiting list as a planning tool. So we do want to encourage people to sign up early so we can know when they're going to need services. But part of that is at least on an annual level, doing some level of assessment to figure out what's changed, if their situation's changed, and if we need to help them to create a process where they can communicate that back too. And so that should start with a stakeholder group to look at this. And there's other states that we can look at who've done it. I'll use Virginia as one example. I'm not saying we should do it that way, but they have, if you need services now or in the next year, you're on one part of the list. If it's 1 to 3 years, it's another list. And if it's three or more, it's another. And we can figure out what those timelines need to be, but it would be great if we had a way to do that. And then that way, instead of having 4,000 or 4,800 individuals on the waiting list, we can know, well, we're within like 1,000 or so, whatever that number would be. And that would create more certainty for you all and for the agency and for the provider community. So recommendation 6 has to do with the community support waiver. And I think one of the challenges with it's all based on the plan of care and the needs. And $20,000 today buys a lot less than $20,000 did in 2022. I mean, we know that. So we're going to have some mechanism to either index it or, I think there's methods where we can contain the costs. But I think having a hard cap that's going to make that a less effective tool at the end of the day. And I think it's an amazing tool. We need it to be amazing. And so I'm hoping we can continue to move forward with that. So recommendation 7, now moving on to the ones that deal with waiver modernization. So you've heard a lot of folks about the conflict-free case management. And I think I agree with the other folks. Like, we need to start with the data. And I know some additional things. You've had some great ideas for there. I think we need to know, we absolutely need to know it by county, not just by CDDO catchment area, but break it down by county. We need to know the number of providers, the number of TCMs. I mean, there's a lot of depth, and some of the other conferees gave you some additional points. But I think if we can begin to do that, what we need to do is develop 105 plans on how we're going to address that capacity. There's not going to be one Kansas plan to magically make this happen. It's going to look at area to area, county to county, to figure out how we address that. It may be helping bring in new providers, helping jumpstart if a new business needs to start up, helping other providers to expand to pick up that load. But we've got to find ways to reduce the uncertainty and create more certainty so these businesses can move into those areas and provide that much needed, valuable service at the community level. Recommendation 8 then is the unbundling day services, and we've had a lot of great, that consensus revenue, man, I'm going back way too far in my history thinking about that. Not the consensus revenue, the consensus groups that met to talk about all the different, the KDADs convened about these waiver modernization. We had a lot of great conversations about the different things, the different services that would be part of that unbundling. And a lot of the providers are already doing most of those things today. But it's how we account for that, and it gives you as policymakers more data, us as a state better data about how people spend their day. And so I think that will be something too that will come later. We don't have to decide all this today, but I think we need to keep those conversations happening. And hopefully that technical group, eventually after we figure out these pieces, we continue to work and fine tune that, because there has been a lot of work and we're a lot closer to getting some of these things finalized and across the finish line. Recommendation 9. So yesterday you heard from OCC, with Kendra with OCCK about the Employment First pilot. One of the things that I don't think was talked about too much is about, part of that is they developed recommendations about creating a Kansas acre plan. And so there's been some planning about how we could do that. Now, it's not to the point where it's ready to be rolled out, but we've got a lot of the pieces in place that we can do that. And I think that's an important thing, that we support that, we find a way to sustainably fund, because the big takeaway from that, if you provided organizations with the mentor organizations and the training, like, we didn't fix rates, we didn't fix service definitions, we didn't fix how we provide supports in the workplace, which is one of the things that we're talking about with the community sports waiver that I'm really excited about. You know, we haven't fixed any of those things. We provided training, so you had well-trained staff providing that job coaching and working with those employers to help support those individuals. And you had a mentor, so organizationally, those organizations were bought in and could talk and bounce ideas off of one of their peers. Those were the two things that we did that are relatively low cost, but you saw the outcomes that happened. I mean, I'm just amazed at what we can do, and we need more of that, because having that well-trained job coaches and employers that are able to support it, we can do so much more of that. And I think that's a huge, building that capacity, just funding that Kansas acre is going to go a long ways towards helping address that for the employment services side of things for those individuals. And in recommendation 10, you heard from a previous conferee about some of the DD Council's bill, and I think we need to continue having those type of discussions about different ways that we can creatively extend benefits to those direct care workers. And so with that, Mr. Chair, there's a lot more, but I would be happy to stand for questions, and appreciate all the dialogue and questions and discussion that you all have had over the last 2 days.
Very good. I certainly appreciate you volunteering to gather all that information that you just gave us. So will you compile that and get us to us at the next meeting?
I can help brainstorm the things that we need to gather, but I think that'll be much bigger than I can accomplish. I may need to get Ron and Jim involved.
Oh, I think you can do it. I've got all the faith in the world that you can gather all that information and data that we need. So I look forward to your report. Committee, questions? Yeah. I might you probably should shorten your list to maybe 5. That way we won't glaze out when you get down to 10 or 11. But I appreciate what you've done, your work on that. I know you've been very active in that, and I appreciate that. You could get that to us, a white paper to us, kind of guidelines of that, and something we could look at. But thank you for your volunteering. Committee, that brings us to the end. I'll bring your attention to the written testimony, quite a bit here. A lot of folks we've heard from before and are advocates, and I appreciate them taking the time to send in written testimony, and I assure them that the committee will read those, and I know a lot of you have already read a lot of the testimony, so I appreciate it. Well, now is the time that we're going to kind of format what we've heard. Oh. I have a follow-up document from KDADS with some answers from questions from this morning. Okay, would you pass that? Yes. And she's passing out some questions. They were listening to us this morning, and we asked for some answers, so we will have some answers to those. But I want you all to put your thinking caps back on. It's been a couple of days here, but there were some overriding, I think, issues that we all agree on that need to be addressed with KDAD. So I want to hear about those. Let's see what this list says, but I've written down a couple here, and I'm not sure if they're addressed in here, but I'll just kind of talk about what we're talking about here. We've heard a lot about the 25 hours, and I know there's going to be a fiscal note with that, you know what I mean? So about everything we talk about here is going to be cost more money, so we just need to think about that. We've heard about the MIFI versus the RIA that the MCOs require. Much the same questioning. My question kind of is it duplicable? Is it necessary? Who says that we have to do both? There may be a reason, and it may be addressed in here. The CanCare application, I know when they were after COVID and they were redoing all the applications, and there was a ton of folks that had to renew their application. And it's like, you know, hey, what has changed? They're going to be in that situation the rest of their life. And it just seems to me like there's maybe some way, and as maybe a federal deal or something, but these folks can at least not do it every year, but maybe every 5 years. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming, but that does seem a little bit onerous to me to have them required. Okay, it's answered. Okay, very good. CDO administration, one of the things we talked about now, Representative Bueller is familiar with this. There's a percentage that goes to whenever we do slots to CDO in administration now. And then we added $1 million or $2 million a couple of years ago to CDDO administration. So I'm wondering where that's at, how that operates, and why they need more money, and what's keeping them from doing the things that they might need to do in this new deal, and how much more money they need. So that's some of my questions, and I'll shut up and read this. There, oh yeah, Lee, yeah, you're here. We were just looking to see if there was someone from KDAD's here. It looks like there are quite a few answers to our questions, and some of them, like the 15-minute logging, I knew that other states, when I'd looked into that, other states are billing by the hour, but it looks like it's part of our waiver. So, and it looks like potentially maybe the only willing and provider doesn't have to be for the rural areas. It could be, for anybody, so that doesn't look like. Committee questions? Senator Gossage.
Thank you. Could I have somebody that's representing KDADS to come to the mic? I didn't see you hiding in the corner over there.
Oh,
Not,
I didn't see Michelle either.
I didn't see Michelle, sorry. No, there was somebody right in my way here blocking my way, my vision. I've been confused about, there are 5,000 people on the waiting list. Okay, so that's not confusing. What is confusing is, are they in order of first in, first out? Are they in order of, you've been in 10 years, you've only been in 5, you've got to wait your turn? Or is it this person who is first in line has all of these services that they need, but maybe the person right behind them doesn't need as many services? Can they skip the line and go ahead because those services are available? Can you tell us how the line works?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. And I'm Michelle Hayden. I'm the LTSS Commissioner for KDADS. It's a first come, first serve, the way the waiting list is set up. When we have openings, we do what we call an offer round. We usually do an offer round consisting of about 125% of the number of slots we have available, because we have about a 75% acceptance rate. So we want to make sure that we get all those people on and use all the slots that we have. So that's the way that works. I think we talk about in here about how we're offering a waiver slot, and we send out now a bright fluorescent yellow envelope to an offer round to each person on that waiting list that is up on the list. That is then, we give them 15 days. If we do not hear back, we then go to the CDDO and say, hey, CDDO, we haven't heard from so many people. They spend 20 days going back out and trying to get people, letting them know that they have an offer to accept or deny. Once that happens, if they want to accept an offer and for any reason that they don't qualify, they have a notice of action that they can go through. Where we would send out and say, you can appeal this and go to the fair hearing process.
Follow up, Michelle, and forgive me, I'm still not quite understanding this.
Sure.
So the first 30 people that are in line, let's say, and again, we've got somebody who needs lots of services here at the very front of the line.
Right.
But you can't provide all of those services. Maybe those are not available, let's say. But yet you have people who need fewer services. Are they all sent, okay, we have room for 30. We're going to send this out for the next 30. Is that how it works?
Correct. So
Okay.
if someone is ahead in the line that needs a lot of services, part of our agreement with CMS is that we serve and meet the people's needs. We don't discriminate by order of how many services they need. We pay the MCOs a capitated rate based on spend, and they just have to figure out how to make the services available for that person. That is a struggle, both at the CDDO, state, and the MCO level. We do have a workforce crisis, but we're working hard to continue to serve people.
So then you send that out, and then some people who've been on this waiting list could decide, I don't want the services, or why would anybody decline this? I'm trying to understand.
Sometimes that's not that doesn't happen a lot. A lot of times it is someone has moved out of state, or unfortunately, some people have passed away. But most people do accept the services. There may be some people we fail to locate because they have not kept their CDDO up on where they are. The CDDOs do reach out annually to all the people on their waiting lists and trying to make sure that they have all their up-to-date information.
So for the last 3 years, you've heard me talk about the community support waiver.
Yes, ma'am.
Been reaching out to Missouri. That's how that all got started. At an NCSL and an ALEC conference in Missouri was talking about how they basically eliminated their waiting list because of their community support waiver that they got put into place in less than 6 months. We still don't have one. And they were saying, well, what we did was the community support waiver allowed us to have a parallel waiver, if you will, and we could pull more people off of our wait list that didn't need as many services and put them on a separate waiver.
Mm-hmm.
What is holding up Kansas from doing that?
I can't speak to what Missouri did. I have spoken to Missouri. I did not hear the 6 months it took them to put it together. I'd be very interested to know how they did that. But what is holding it up is in part, we did have to slow down our process because we were asked to, and we had to stop and do work groups with all of our providers and our families to make sure we were all on board.
You were asked to by CMS? Who asked you to slow down?
Interhab at the time asked us to slow down, and Representative Carpenter, I spoke to him in January or February, and they asked us to come together and come to a conclusion on how we're going to move forward, and we did do that.
I might just add that the community support waiver was not a part of that conversation. It was about targeted case management.
Correct.
Okay.
But the same people that are working on the community support waiver are working on targeted case management.
But they can't do two things at one time?
We do multiple things at one time.
Okay.
Those aren't
But just to
only
be
two
clear,
projects.
Just so we're not, just to be
thank
clear, this meeting, and we have another representative who's involved in that, this meeting was entirely dedicated to targeted case management and the uproar that we had last year. So I just want, and now go ahead.
That's correct.
And
yes.
that makes sense. So, but nobody asked the department to slow down on applying for the community support waiver?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But it did take time away from our ability to work on the community support waiver. We also have a corrective action plan with CMS that we are working on, and there's certain things that need to be figured out with that so that we can submit a community support waiver that is fully compliant with the settings final rule.
So the compliance, so that you feel until you are compliant with whatever this is that CMS is requesting, and I assume that part of that is the conflict. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't have
seeing
to
head
do it
nods.
for the IDD waiver, but if anybody is going to participate with the community support waiver, they have to have a fully compliant settings to receive services, and they have to have conflict-free case management. That is part of the settings rule.
So as that has lingered, then what you're saying is is something that is not postponed, but I guess in effect did postpone applying for the community support waiver. It's not CMS holding us up per se of saying, nope, you can't submit this. It just actually hasn't even been submitted yet. Is that right?
It will be submitted later this year. No, it has not been, but we've been in talks with CMS, and they've been very clear that we have to have a fully compliant setting for the services that we provide on the community support waiver, including conflict-free case management. And they will not approve it unless we have that.
And then one more time, let's say we had it, and the genie gave it to us tomorrow, and we had this. How many people could we pull off of the waiting list if we had this other support waiver?
So the plan is 500 each year. So 500 the first year, 500 the second year, 500 the third year. We can only write a new waiver for 3 years at a time. Then once it goes on, it can be 5 years at a time.
Okay, so when we're talking about funding, what kind of additional funding would need to take place for those 500 to go on each year with the new
So I
waiver?
think we have money for that.
I thought so too.
Yeah, that the legislature has graciously,
We have put that aside.
yes.
So we're just waiting for it to get done.
correct,
Then we can pull those 1,500 people off, 500 a
over
a
3
year.
years,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments on that. I think it's realistic that at the end of the day that and I've not had anybody tell me I'm wrong, so I think we can take half the people off the wait list at the end. But it does address what you're talking about, which is we have to have the money up front for these on these waiver slots, and it's $70,000 a year that we have to fund before we can offer those slots. So,
But that's in the budget, right? That was already budgeted.
right. But I'm just saying, so when that happens, one person may only take 1,000, you know what I mean? And so it's a very antiquated system when it, yeah, because we have to have the money up front. We don't know what kind of services they're going to take, and they may take all 14, they may take 2, but we still have to have $70,000 up front before we can take one person.
Can I make a comment?
You may.
But we do kind of have an idea, don't we? Because these people have applied, therefore they're on a waiting list. So we have an idea of what kind of services that they're going to need, don't we?
Yeah, some of them have been on quite a while, so their needs may have changed, but we'll be working with the CDDOs to identify, what they're waiting for. If they're younger than 18, there's not a lot of services that they can apply for because they're not eligible for the adult services.
So when they fill out their annual information or annual review, you would know at that time, because even if you're on the waiting list, you still need to fill this out, correct?
No.
No?
They do not get assessed every year, but the CDDO does check with each of their members that are on the waiting list.
When you say check with them, so let's say they become eligible tomorrow, they send out the 15 days, we don't know what services they're really going to need, correct? So they fill out a form at that time?
No, we do the assessments then to
Do the
look at
assessment then?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Any questions or thoughts? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Michelle. Just to kind of follow up on that. So covering all our bases, because we've heard a lot about capacity. We have the capacity to take 500 additional off every 3 years. We have the capacity for that.
We're working with our providers. I know they are struggling with capacity now, but we are really working hard with them to see what we're going to be able to do. I think Megan talked about that the InterHab is working on a roadmap. I haven't seen that yet, but she's promised she's going to share that with all of us. So I think that will be a really good starting place to look how we're going to serve all these people coming off the waiting list and for the community support waiver.
Follow up, if I may, on a different one. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about once a person, I believe Colin, I believe you were talking about this, that once a person is notified that they're off the waiting list and they're going to receive services, they have 14, 15 days to decide.
Yeah, they have 15 days. If we don't hear back from them, we then contact their CDDO, which is based on the region they live in. The CDDO has 20 days to contact them and help bring them in to get services. And then after that, there's if they were to be brought in and for whatever reason, when they do the level of care assessment, they aren't found to be eligible, then they can appeal that through our notice of action process.
And where do those days, those timeframes come from? Is that CMS? Is that KDAD?
That's something we've worked with the CDDOs on.
Okay, so that's a state level, that's not a federal?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you for that. That was one of my questions is who authorized that time period? And do we think that's long enough? We heard a lot of folks, talking about whether that was enough time for them to make, and Colin especially talked about, for someone young, it's a life-changing deal.
Yeah.
So, okay. Representative Ruiz. Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm trying to think. I just lost my thought. Oh, okay. So according to that House Bill 2240 that we passed last session, we have to apply for CMS. We'll still need the approval of the Legislative Coordinating Council, right? And as
Correct.
long as we apply before 2027, then we don't need the full legislation or the full legislature to approve.
Right, before the legislature goes in session, we can go through the LCC to get approval. Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Michelle. So, and Mr. Chairman and Michelle, kind of bear with me a little bit here. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the last 2 days, and as we think about what we take out of this and what things we need to change. So there's about 5 things that I think I've heard, and I'm not going to speak for every member of this committee, but I want to know if these are things that we come back with additional information. One was a project timeline in terms of getting the support waiver submitted. And it doesn't have to be precise, but at least it gives us a planning tool. And so if this is, with your permission, I'm trying to get my heads around what outcomes we'd like to see. So that would be one thing, a project timeline. So the second thing that's come up is to investigate might be the right word, and maybe my colleague Reese, Representative Reese, talked about increasing day services from 25 to 40 hours a week. We know there's going to be a fiscal note with that, but we at least want to see what the fiscal note would look like. The third thing is to move cautiously with unbundling day services, and I'm thinking of Pat Leon's son. Anything that we do should not take away a job that a person's been working at for 4.5 years, or there needs to be some, what's the right word? There needs to be some method to ensure that we don't negatively impact what's working for someone. A fourth thing that's really stood out to me is just waitlist data management or a portal. There seems to be a need for, whether it's the CDDOs and maybe KDADs to work together, and God forbid it takes a big giant request for money and people to do it, but it would seem like we should be able to consolidate what's out there. And I don't know, there's smarter people than me that can do that, but that's an ask or something that we need to work on. And then I think the answer to this might just be yes, or maybe there's a little work that needs to be done. But when we talk about targeted case management, what goes forth, whatever our waiver is going to be, there has to be some pretty robust opportunities for us with whether it's a frontier exclusion or the only willing and qualified entity, if and for no other reason, to help us manage that project timeline to get to being fully conflict-free. So I'm spouting what I think I've heard the last 2 days, and I'm trying to think if those are the things that we've heard, or if I've got them wrong. So is that?
I think you did really well. Yeah, so we are going to move cautiously. There is a saying in the disability world, it's nothing about us without us. And so we are bringing stakeholders in, we're talking, and that's why you're all sitting here today, to talk about a service system and all the changes that we are needing to make there to come into compliance and to modernize as we were directed by the legislature back in 2022. We have completed some of those pieces. We haven't completed them all. We've been fortunate enough to have some funds to do some of that with the ARPA dollars The first thing we did with the ARPA dollars was to put 52 million into direct support workers as retention and recruitment bonuses. We did the waitlist study. We funded that program that Dr. Dean talked about, where we piloted some supported employment projects, which we've had amazing results from. We've hired people to help us figure out how to come into compliance with the settings rule and do our cap, and to develop our community support waiver. It's a lot all at once, trust me. I can't keep track of everything, but I have a very dedicated staff. I have a very dedicated group of providers and families that really want to see good things in the process. So what I do want to caution everyone is nothing is going to happen today. Nothing's going to happen tomorrow. We need to have that roadmap, and we are going to be working diligently on that to get that, to make those changes, and to assure that harm does not come to people. We are here to promote people with developmental disabilities and other disabilities, so we do want to have a very robust system. It takes time. We have lots of people that are interested. The community support waiver is our #1 priority. We want to get that out as soon as we can. We've had some setbacks with that, but we're continuing to work forward and really putting that on, as the best trajectory as we can to get it done by written and into CMS by the end of this year, early January, and then move from there. And we're hoping CMS will take a little less time than 6 months because we've been working with them all along, sharing them parts of the waiver we're writing, getting their comments up front. I can't guarantee that. We work with the same people at CMS that we did under the Biden administration. That hasn't changed for us. Could change tomorrow, I do not know. But that's what we're doing.
So, and I'll get to you in just a minute. So on this timeline for corrective action plan, it seems to me like that from testimony that we've heard from other states and that they will let you incrementally adopt that plan. So it seems to me like it'd be a lot easier to adopt a plan in the near future, 6 months or something like that, of another 6 months worth of meetings. And then the implementation would go in, and we heard a lot of testimony about not implementing it, just pulling the Band-Aid off, which I fully support, not pulling the Band-Aid off. But it seems like if we had a corrective action plan that's laid out, here's what we were going to do in the first year, second year, and then third year, we would be looking at completely conflict-free targeted case management, that would be something that we could send to CMS and suffice getting out of a corrective action plan for that. Is that?
That's what we're working on.
Okay.
Now, for the community support waiver, we have to have fully compliant settings for them.
Right, but I'm talking about
But for the
everybody
whole
else.
IDD system, yes.
Okay.
We can present a plan saying, we're going to do A, B, and C, we're going to do D, E, and F, and have a timeline for that.
And would that corrective action plan that we're talking about, could that be done in 6 months? Thank you.
We've been working on it for a very long time, so
I
I'm
know.
hoping we're going to be wrapping it up in the very near future. But I can't give you a timeline right now.
You're not going to give me a timeline. That's too bad. I mean, I'm always driving. Yeah. But I do think that with what the cooperation, we've heard great cooperation that you guys have done. We've heard that. Kudos to the department throughout the whole time. But again, I'm so impatient. You know how that is.
I'm with you. I'm very impatient too. I'm like, let's go. And
I'd
be
like
like,
to
well, we
see
have to
it.
do this, that, and the other thing first. And
So-
so we do.
While we're on this subject, and I'll get to you in just a minute. So I did the quick math and jump in here and correct, but we've got, let's just say 10,000 folks that we're serving. It's 9,800 or something. But we've heard testimony that roughly 30 people to a targeted case manager. I mean, I'm just saying, this is ballpark. If I divide that out, that's 285 targeted case managers throughout the state. Now, granted, probably not, there's people that are on the wait list that are also have access to targeted case management. So,
Yes.
but still, even if we talk about, if we just say a bunch, let's just say 500, is that how many case managers do we have?
I do not have that number.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
It seems to me like we're talking about 500 case managers max across our state. Am I missing something?
That sounds good. I can go back and check on that. We are looking at, I think we heard a lot of discussion about, where are the targeted case managers, who's billing, da-da-da. We are working on some data on that. We're building, against claims that we receive for targeted case management and matching that up with a map of Kansas to see where we have targeted case managers and where we don't have case managers. And then we could break it down by CDDO region and, different regions of the state. So we're still working through that. But we are trying to get a much better handle on where we are with TCMs and where we need to be build capacity. We have provided grants to different providers to build capacity. We will probably be giving out more grants at the first of the year. So we're really working hard to help build capacity with the CDDOs and the MCOs.
Thank you. Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much like the 5 points that Representative Bueller pointed out for us, and also want us to, because the unbundling is such an important piece, that we look at supporting the ACRE certification. We just saw the phenomenal numbers for the supported employment project. I mean, you can't overlook that. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And so if we continue to support that, through this ACRE certification, then I would hope that it would make it easier for us when we look at the unbundling, that people are getting more supported employment services maybe earlier on in their life. I know that that's already happening in middle school and high school.
Right.
But yeah, with all the folks that are not in school anymore, this is a very much an important piece. So.
Committee, further discussion. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment as I've sat here the last 2 days, and today being especially impactful for me, hearing from parents. I love the shirts. Trust me, I know a lot of these folks who are here today. They are constituents, they are friends, they are great advocates. So, and it just seems to me, Mr. Chair, that they put the face to the issues we're dealing with. It's easy for us to sit here and look at numbers and ask about timelines and, the bureaucracy of a situation, but I hear the passion in their voices. I hear the fear. I hear what do I do when my child turns 21? And I understand, I completely understand the sentiment of not ripping a Band-Aid off, but it seems to me like that Band-Aid has been on an awful long time, and we haven't even attempted to lift the corner of it. And so when I look at these folks and I go back home and I have coffee with them and I sit with them, and as someone who is sent here to find solutions and hold people accountable for the people we serve, it just seems to me like we can do better, we should do better, and I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I want the folks who are living this day in and day out. We need to understand the urgency and not just focus on getting bogged down in the bureaucracy. And I want them to know that's where we need to focus on the people that we serve. And are they getting what they deserve from us? I don't think so. And I want to challenge us to be responsible, but by golly, let's start removing the Band-Aid. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And you know, if we go back, and I don't want to dwell in the past, but this is 11 years now that we've had this mandate and that went into effect for conflict-free case management. And now it's coming to fruition, but it's been sitting out there for 11 years. And I'm not blaming it on any one administration or any Democrat or Republican. I'm just telling you that that's a fact. It was approved by the federal government in 2014. Here we are in 15, almost 16, or 26 and 25. So I agree. When we started this, we've had these meetings and we've kicked the can down the road and we've done it. And that's why you see me being so forceful about getting it done. I'm tired of excuses. I'm tired of this. But I do think that we're on the right track, even after all that time. I think that we're getting, and KDADS has done a great job. We've heard that over and over about finally getting out to the stakeholder groups, and all of them are saying that KDADS is working hard to that. But to me, it needs to be done in 6 months, and we need to be sending the letter to CMS, and I don't care who does it or when they do it, but and the same way with the community support waiver, I'm just out of patience when it comes to this, and it fell on our watch, this committee's watch right now, to make sure that it happens, and that's what I made that decision back in January, and after all the turmoil we had last year, it was like, no, I'm done. I'm done. We got to get it done. Simple as that. So that's where I'm at on this. I hope the committee's behind it. Get it done. Further questions? So one of the things that I did see on this sheet here, while we're talking about timelines, and I think that I speak for the committee when I say this, I do want timelines on all this. And I mean, I'm serious, cutting it down to the time. If you need more help, then you need to tell us. But we need to get timelines on this, date certain. If you need more help, whatever. But we need timelines on this. And while we're talking about timelines, I see this one on MEFI and NRRA. They're working on it. Well, when?
So MFEI just started July 1.
What's that?
The MEFI just started July 1.
I know, but we're talking about this here. The question was duplication, and it says, in the answer, it says KDHE, KDADS, and the MCOs are working on better integration. So when?
We are working now, but we just started using MFEI. We don't have all the data that we need. It's been less than 3 months since we started it, but we do recognize and we do hear from constituents about the overlap of questions, and we want to shorten that where we can. And we will get you a timeline on that.
Okay.
But that's among many other
Committee, do you agree
projects.
that we have put this timeline into place? Okay.
Yep.
Senator Owens.
Yeah, I so much agree that we need a timeline that maybe, when we think about how can we force these things to occur, right? We're really limited in our options. It's not like we as a legislature have the ability to terminate employment of people not doing their jobs. Because the bureaucratic process is such that it cannot function like a business. And so maybe the alternative, the one thing that we can control is funding. And if we need to take funding from the administration and hire a consultant to get it done in a timely fashion, then we should contemplate that. Whatever it takes to get a timeline and to get this done. and for it to be an efficient process. There is a solution out there. It might be an uncomfortable one, and people may end up losing their jobs as a result of funding not happening. But the inaction and the delayed action, I think, is one of the biggest and most pervasive problems that we've heard over the last 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Committee for Senator Rose.
Conflicts of interest expose a program to fraud, waste, and abuse. And fraud, waste, and abuse robs the beneficiaries of that program of their services. How much fraud, waste, and abuse has KDADS discovered resulting from this conflict of interest?
We have not researched that. I don't have any numbers for you. We're following the federal mandate.
And just to piggyback, I'm not sure there was. We don't know about that. I think in the past, our Kansas deal that had been here for a long time was adequate to provide a conflict fee, and you've heard many of these folks do this, but that's not the cards that were dealt. And whether we like it or not, that's not an option. We have to go forward, or else, as I've talked about many times, it's $350, $400 million worth of federal funds that are in jeopardy if we don't kowtow to the federal government, quite frankly. And that's what I think it is. But that's not the cards we're dealt with. We're dealt with making some bureaucrat in Washington happy because they thought there was fraud, waste, and abuse in the system, and here we are. And they got a big stick. Representative Opazen.
Had one quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on this, you said you're on the roadmap. You're waiting on Interhab. When was that asked for, since we're talking about timelines? And when
They
is that
just told us that
expected?
they have completed that.
Okay.
And so we, after this hearing, we will talk about when we will be able to sit down and go over that roadmap.
Okay, thank you.
Is
And then-
Megan still here?
She's not,
Okay.
but we just started working on it. She mentioned that we started working on it. We committed to working on it within the past couple weeks. We just started working on it. She's working on finalizing it very quickly. I'm not going to speak for her directly, but I would say within the next 30 days, we'll have a good draft.
Very good.
And I just had one more quick clarification question. On the MFEI and the inter-RAI questions, were you looking at like quarterly data? Like, did you need 3 months before you can make a decision on the, since it just started in July? The questions that are
I will have to get back
duplicated
with our
or?
data people on that. I don't know.
Like I just was trying to understand what did you need? Like you needed 3 months to kind of figure out what was going on, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll have enough data by then, but let me check on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, do we have access to the latest draft of the waiver?
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know who can answer it. Do we have access to a draft of the most recent draft of the waiver?
No, well, I don't know.
You can get one, I can
Yeah,
send you what we have,
I would
yes.
venture to say it's probably about this thick.
I'd still like to see it.
I'd still like to have it as a reference point. I mean, even if I just look at certain, and then it will be able to, we'll be able to see then the next draft, how much progress is being made. And if that's possible, I would like to have access to a draft of the waiver.
Right?
Thank you.
I think that's good.
Thank you.
I think we can email it out probably easier than printing it.
I don't want a hard copy. I would like
Okay.
electronic. To be clear, thank you.
Does not want a hard copy, I
We're
can
going to have to
promise.
go kill some trees.
Probably a link to it. They probably.
Yeah, if you could text us a link to that or email us a link to that.
We do have some of the appendices already on our CSW website, but I could get all the ones that we're working on, so.
Okay, committee. Everybody okay? Got your blows in? Last chance.
No blows, I don't like to be.
No, I know. It's a figment, I'm sorry, that's a poor choice of words this day and age. I absolutely need to quit. So we do not have another meeting scheduled. This will be, we will get for this. For this topic. Okay, sorry. So this is the end of the targeted case management 2 days. Okay, so I think that does not mean that ongoing conversations can't be ongoing. Thoughts, questions, whatever can still be either sent to Leanne, and we can get those answers and kind of, because I just don't want to drop this ball. Even though we're out of days, I still think that we need to keep the fire under things and keep moving and keeping us informed about what's going on and why it's not happening in the timely manner that we want it to. So I envision that part. So Representative Ruse.
That all sounds well and good, and I'm sure somebody has all the things that we've been recommending as a recommendations, right, from this committee, or are we not going to give formal recommendations?
Kind of what we were trying to do right here.
Okay.
If you've
No,
got
that's-
one, knock yourself out.
No, I've joined Representative
Okay,
Mueller and
I
added my
think that's
piece.
part of the record.
And I think as we go along, then how do we inform the public? How do we inform these families that, we're doing our job too?
Yeah, I think that's a separate issue, but a very important one that we heard many, many times is the vacuum of information that folks were not getting in regards to the waiver and information and where they're at on that waiver. And I would like to see us put together some kind of a chart. Who is actually responsible for that and how we can make that better? Is it the CDDOs? Is that what they're supposed to be doing? Is it the department, type of deal? And maybe a plan to try to work towards informing, putting in a portal. I think that was one of the things that you mentioned, it wasn't it, Representative Bueller, of where these folks could go to find this information out, or just information from the CDO. But I think that people, as we've heard throughout the testimony, there is a lack of access to information about their situations. And I'd like to see something in concrete that says what we're going to do about that. But I think that goes to one of your recommendations too. Anything else?
I will see some of you tomorrow.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So the new girl on the block found out about an extra day next week, and I'm wondering if everybody else knows about that.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready to talk about
okay,
the next
great.
2 meetings, October 1st and 2nd. The first day is dealing with nursing homes, surveilling and credentialing. And again, this is a fact. This isn't blaming anything or anything, but we do not have, it's taking us 19 months to finish our surveying credentialing. We're half-staffed in our surveying and credentialing crew that surveys and credentials nursing homes. We're half-staffed or less at this point in time. It's a brainstorming session to see, we've got other states testifying that have done these very successful. It's important both ways. It's important for folks' safety, but it's also important for our nursing homes' survival. But we'll be dealing with that. It's probably, I don't know what the situation is. It's totally, I think everything's on the table about this, what we do. Some states even privatize their surveying and credentialing, and I'm not suggesting that whatsoever. I'm just saying that we're going to look at everything to try to get our crew up, trained. It could be a system-wide change of how we do surveying and credentialing. It may involve designation of, right now a surveying crew has all RNs on it, which is pretty much our issue. is it's hard to find RNs. We've heard that for days, and now, and it's made up of that. So it's very hard to hire RNs. Do we need all RNs? I'm not saying we don't. I'm not saying whether we do. I'm just saying you got to ask yourself the question, do we need, all RNs? I'm just saying to look under cabinets and see if the bottles are labeled correctly so that you don't drink bleach. I'm just saying, and that's an oversimplification, but do we need an RN to do that, or can we hire a $15 an hour guy or a $20 an hour versus an RN to go in with that crew? So pretty much everything's on the table on that surveying credential, but we cannot continue to operate in the manner that we are with half-staffed nursing credentialing crews and being 19 months behind on surveying and credentialing these nursing homes. So that's what that is about. The second is a follow-up from our first 2 days and answers and questions and a way forward. We're going to look at recommendations forward from our first 2 days on the state hospitals. And we ask hundreds of questions and we'll get those answers and then be able to formulate a way forward. I think there's information still coming into the committee about various ideas about what we need to do at the state hospitals. What I will do right now is to clarify the error that we're not talking about closing the state hospitals, okay? I have had more people talk to me about closing the state hospitals. Well, they're a part of our mental health situation. It's not what we're talking about. It's talking about getting them sized down somehow to the level of staff that Larned Hospital can support. It's that simple. We had some really good ideas that are being fleshed out by the Kansas Hospital Association and other folks that are way smarter than I am. But we talked about one of the things I think Representative Bryce's great idea was, and these things involve a lot of change. So, a lot of moving parts, but with our rural hospitals and putting in wings, mental health wings in our rural hospitals that may take 5 or 10 people, and it may be a boon to them for survival because we pay $1,200-1,500 a day to house these folks. And if we can figure out something, but everything's still on the table. It's just going to be an answer to a lot of our questions, and then hopefully we can formulate something to take to the legislature and say, here's what we recommend. So that's what day 2 will be. And I hope you guys will show up again.
If I may.
Yes, you may.
And I just want to announce as vice chair committee, I'm sorry I won't be here either of those days. It's so hard to find days when everybody can be present. I am chairing a committee tomorrow, but I will be out of the country on the 1st and the 2nd, but there will be a replacement for me. Just want you to know it's not that the topic is not important to me.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank the conferees, everybody. Do not think for a minute that we are not listening to what you say. We appreciate it. We appreciate you taking your time. We value your input. We're just trying to do a better job and get everybody on the same page with this targeted case management fiasco that we're in. I hope you understand that, and we listen to every one of you, and a lot of your testimony was very, very impactful to us. So thank you for that. And staff, thank you. And also the department. I know you may feel beat up right now, but we are just trying to get people taken care of the best way we know how. So anything else, committee? Representative Reeves.
I swear this will be the last thing. In our written statements, if I can ask people to look at one in particular, I promised this mom I would highlight her testimony. Her name is Lessa Childers, Childers, and she's one, and you'll see it. It's in the list of all the written ones only. I received her testimony, and it's really, really good, and it has to do a lot with her daughter and with the debundling. And she makes a really good argument for that, so thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ruiz. Anything else, committee? Again, thank you for your participation, and we are adjourned. Thank you.